adjusting the volumes. Alright. So before I start, I need to actually leave the game here. Because I do want to check my block list. See if there's anyone blocked. There's one. Alright, here we go. Unblock. We want to get the best server we can. Specifically for radioactive, so that's why we're unblocking as much as we can. Also, the main account up there might look a little strange. You know, the Glenn's Lair floor still, I don't think anyone has really agreed on like a specific AFK farming spot. There's a bunch of spots that people are using and it changes constantly. And I have no idea why. So after we get our challenge account here to the radioactive, we're probably going to go ahead and try to find a better server, because this server right here where I'm in on my main account, it's not very good in terms of the bell rate. It's very slow. I think I gained about 1 million bell in 2 or 3 hours, which is not a good rate at all. That's incredibly slow. I'm looking to get at least 1 million bell in the span of maybe like 10 minutes. 10 or 15 minutes. My soccer stand grind is eternal and never stops. Oh, you know, as long as you're having fun with the team, man, I think you should keep going. I've been on Roblox quite a bit for these last couple days, and it's mostly because, not because of Swordburst, but because of some other things. There's the whole Roblox The Games event that's happening. It's basically another Roblox Dev Hunt event, but this time YouTubers are involved in it. And then there's also the game search that I'm doing, where I'm just looking for games to play, since, you know, this Swordburst 2 series is almost done, and since we're going to be starting to do some variety content soon, I have to start looking for some good games to play. And I think I found some really good ones. You know, I found like an escape room one. There was also this kind of like blackjack card game that Josh found and introduced me to, so probably gonna play that, and then just some other games that I found on the site as well. And you know, some old ones that we played in the past, battle boards, maybe a Dusty Trip. What else? Maybe some like mini games and such, epic mini games, natural disaster survival, some of these old games. There's a lot of things that we can do. So I'm just doing some of that and just writing them down so that I can keep track of what we should play after this series ends. And today is Friday, so tomorrow is Saturday, which means that you can expect the Swordburst 2 update to come tomorrow. Okay, looks like someone is farming the radioactive, but is having a bit of trouble here. Right? Don't worry, I'll help him out. Oh. Alright. I'm gonna bring it down, and maybe it'll work. Okay, but before we do this, I want to grab my checkpoint. Since we do need this checkpoint right here for in case we die, otherwise we're gonna have to walk back a while. You can cheese meatball. Is that where most people are farming right now? I'm trying to find a server where there's a lot of players just AFK farming in one area. Alright, what is going on here? The only way to resolve this situation is to work at it myself. There we go. Okay, that'll do. That's perfect. There we go. So we're having the radioactive push this person around, but that works because he's able to hit it. It's better that we're able to hit radioactive and take damage rather than not being able to hit him at all and then just still taking damage. So this is fine. Also, once again, Nick, thanks for helping out with Radioactive. I appreciate it. Didn't know you joined my server. Well, you know, I think I'm on your friends list with this account, so it'll just probably automatically put me to the server. Yo, BGM immediately with the request. I think that's one of the fastest video requests we've ever seen on the stream. Alright, give me 1 second to set that up, BGM. I just need to get a few things done here. Order time. Alright. As usual, just for a disclaimer for anyone here who is watching or the creators of the videos that I'm watching, I don't own the content. I'm just watching this as a way to react and bring some enjoyment to the stream. So make sure to go check out the original videos. I'm just here to bring some commentary and reaction to it. So yeah, that's my disclaimer. All right, let's go ahead and open up my media share tab so I can approve it. And there. I don't know how long this one is. It says 10, so I'm assuming it's quite long.
In 2005,
let me know if the volume's good.
Farmhouse who was taking care of her ill elderly grandmother was suddenly awoken from a nap by a loud and crazed screaming. After rushing to her grandmother's
Mr. Nightmare.
room, she saw her cowering under the sheets like a little girl.
You know, BGM, the one that I was talking about before
shook her grandmother vigorously to get
might have just been from Mr.
When the
Nightmare.
grandmother finally regained composure,
Or just someone who was similar to that name. The one that I was talking about last stream? I don't know. Well, I'll probably have to dig through the old one.
Stated that she has never hallucinated in her life, and that she knows what she saw was real.
Alright, let me...
A 67-year-old retired teacher came to the hospital.
Try to pay attention to the video here.
Of odd-looking faces hovering over her, but she wasn't going crazy. And laboratory tests also ruled out two common culprits of hallucination: infection and drug interactions. In fact, the patient and her family were so concerned in the days before she came to the hospital, they asked a priest about performing an exorcism.
Oh, they always get the priest involved and everything.
The faces
I don't like
had large
that.
teeth, eyes and ears, and a horizontally elongated shape like a football. It was determined that the woman had a condition called Charles Bonnet syndrome. Patients with the syndrome may see small people and animals, bright moving shapes, or distorted faces. These hallucinations are purely visual. No sounds accompany them.
In 1995,
Yeah, I don't know.
a man named
Seeing that is very disturbing.
just recently lost his mother to cancer. He locked himself in his bedroom for days, completely depressed and devastated. One night, he woke up to the sound of the wooden floor cracking as if pressure was being placed on it. He looked up and saw his mother standing by the doorway watching him. His screams were so loud that his neighbors called the police, who were the ones who got this information off of him. Doctors found nothing wrong with him that would normally cause for hallucinations. As far as anybody knows, he hasn't seen her since.
Wow.
This happened when I was really little, and I lived alone with my single mum. She always came to check on me, every night, when she would get up to go to the bathroom. This one night in particular, I remember waking up, thinking I heard something in my closet. I looked up and my mum was at the foot of my bed, giving me a playful wave. She told me to go back to sleep. She then went into my closet and pulled the door until it was just barely open. And she just stood in there, poking her head through the crack of the barely open closet.
That's
I remember
freaky.
vividly seeing her eye peeking through the crack at me. I laughed like any little kid would do in this situation, and then fell asleep moments later. When I was eating cereal the next morning, I asked my mum why she was hiding in the closet last night, and she just stopped and gave me a puzzled and
Yep.
concerned look.
That's expected, yeah.
She told me she hadn't been in the room all night. At first, she assumed somebody had broken into the house, but she soon realised it was some kind of hallucination or dream.
Oh,
Since this experience,
paying
I've
attention on
only
my-
had two
on
other
my, challenging
hallucinations, neither of them as vivid or as creepy as this one.
I used to be a trucker and would do a lot of late night runs. I usually had my coffee to keep me going through the night, and even then it would still be tough. This night, however, I didn't have my coffee, and things weren't going so well. On several occasions, I almost fell asleep
The
behind
ones
wheel,
where you like
and I was only
the ones where
just
people talk
barely
about like
able to save
driving
myself
and
from
everything
completely
is
drifting away
I don't
by
know. Those
actually
ones
feeling
are
the truck drifting off to the
those
side
are
of the road.
tend to be a bit more free.
Then, just as I thought I was regaining my awareness, I saw a black figure coming up in the road, right in the path of the truck. I swerved away to avoid the figure and just barely missed it. I had to come to a complete stop to try and gather my sanity back up. I looked in the left rearview mirror. The figure was still standing in the middle of the road. I am not usually a person to confront things in any situation, but something possessed me to get out of that truck and give the person a piece of my mind.
Hold on, I need to recover
But when
my
I got out
HP.
of the truck, there was nobody there. I was seemingly the only person on this road for miles.
Uh-huh.
I took off after that, and about 5 miles down the road, I pulled over and fell asleep. I think my mind was playing tricks on me that night, but I don't know why my brain would create such an eerie image.
I was 13 years old. I never really had
Okay.
sleeping problems. I was actually a really heavy sleeper. It happened on a Saturday morning. I went to bed late the previous night.
Hold on.
When I woke up,
Let me get this radioactive back in
I
position.
couldn't move at all. The only thing I could control were my eyes. And when I moved my eyes to focus on the corner of the room, I saw the most horrifying thing I had ever witnessed in my life. There was a man, probably about 8 feet tall, with a cut open mouth, dripping blood, made to look
You can
like
turn it up
snow.
since the music's at the same level, is
In
it?
the
Okay.
man's hand was a large carving knife.
Alright. How's that?
My biggest fear came true as the man started hovering towards me, not walking, not even moving a single limb, just hovering over to me like a ghost. I tried to scream or move or anything,
There we go.
but I was paralyzed to my bed.
Oh,
The
is
man
that
reached the edge of my bed, inches away
that Justin?
from my face. For the first time, he moved his arm up, the arm with the knife.
Yo, welcome.
He raised the knife up to the ceiling, and I knew what was going to happen next. I closed my eyes, the only thing I could physically do, and waited for it to happen. But as I lay there for probably 30 seconds unharmed, I opened my eyes back up. The man was gone. And then I realised I could move. I got out of bed and ran to explain what happened to my parents.
That like sleep
They
paralysis?
immediately seemed to understand and explained that I had just experienced sleep paralysis.
Exactly, yep.
I don't know why I hallucinated something so horrific, but the fear was genuine, and I can still remember the man's face today.
Being a single mother and having to work 2 jobs, I always have to hire a sitter to watch my 3-year-old son. I have a long drive from my second job, and on a few occasions I've almost fallen asleep behind the wheel from exhaustion. There was one night
That's
that
a
I
video
found
about
myself
sleep paralysis
starting
if you
to
want. I'll
doze
talk a
off,
little bit
so I
about
tried
my
pinching
experience with
myself
it
and shaking
after
my
this
head
video.
and doing anything to wake myself
'Cause
up.
I do have some experience with
There
it.
were no lights at all on this highway, which made it even worse. And then, I heard a giggling sound coming from behind me. I looked in the mirror and saw my 3-year-old looking at me in the back seat. I slammed on the brakes and looked at the back seats to find them empty. 10 seconds later, I got a phone call from the sitter telling me that he had fallen down the stairs and broke his ankle. I was fully awake after that and sped home. To this day, I still believe because of this that mothers have some kind of sixth sense when it comes to their children.
Interesting.
This is the scariest thing that has ever happened to me.
Okay, let's hear
I
it.
live in the country, but not a desolate area.
Okay.
I had a decent amount of neighbours that were close enough.
Mm-hmm.
There was still woods in all directions though.
Oh, living in the forest?
I was home alone,
Is,
as usual, one
you
late
know-
night, when I heard a legit scream coming out in the woods. I went outside into my backyard with a
Here,
flashlight
let me do this.
just to take a look through the trees. This was late and nobody
Okay.
was
I think
still up,
this should be fine.
and all the lights were out.
It's because like my
Shining
music
the
is
light
at
through the
5%
trees,
volume.
I froze when the light landed.
Hello,
on a
Mr.
tall
Lyric. Welcome to the
figure,
stream.
probably twice as tall as me, and it had some kind of long trunk hanging from its face that went down to its waist, almost like an elephant. It was moving in some kind of creepy march in my direction. All that I could see from it
Level
was blackness.
165 and floor
There
11.
was no colour
Nice.
to it.
That's
I
good.
walked
That's pretty good. I
backwards
think
into my house and slid the
floor
door
11
shut,
at level
still looking in the
165
direction of the
is
thing.
a good place to be.
but it was gone. It completely vanished from sight. I still sincerely hope what I saw and heard was just in my head.
You can see some weird things when you're tired,
Yeah,
but the
that's
thing
true.
about this story, I wasn't tired.
Oh,
Me and the family were on vacation to some resort in a very rural area of Pennsylvania
Uh-huh.
to make the setting creepier. There weren't many young people there for me and my brothers to hang out with. It seemed like more of an adult resort.
mhm.
But then one day when I was walking outside of the main lodge of the resort, I for some reason looked up to a window on the second floor and saw a teenage girl looking down at me. From that distance, she looked kinda cute, so I gave her a wave,
huh?
but
Okay.
she didn't show any sign of reaction.
That's,
So
I
I just
mean-
moved on.
well,
However, later that same
it's
day,
either because
I
didn't
was so
see
bored
you
that I
or,
was sitting on the swing set at the little playground
or
of
you
the
just got
resort,
yourself into something.
and that's when I saw the same girl again.
Yeah.
She was a little ways away from me, down past the playground, close to the tree line, and she was just standing there, staring at me. Being a teenage guy, my hormones controlled my body, and so I got off the swing and began walking over to her.
Mhm.
As
Oh,
I
what?
started
Don't
getting
do
closer
that.
to her, I realized she wasn't as cute as I thought she was. There was something about her face that just gave off a creepy vibe. I can't put my finger on it, but if I had to say, I think it would have to do with her eyes and her mouth. I'd say once I got about halfway over to her, she turned around completely and ran into the woods. And I mean she full on ran into the woods.
Yeah, that's not
I stopped
normal.
in my
Get out of
tracks,
there.
completely turned off. This girl seemed like a freaky stalker. I didn't see her the rest of our stay at the resort. During the car ride home, miles and miles away from the resort, I was thinking about her. How maybe if I followed her into the woods,
No,
I could
don't
have
do
gotten
that.
laid, even though there was something off about her face. But then what I saw next made me feel like my heart dropped into my stomach. Looking down ahead, I saw the same girl standing by the tree line on the side of the highway. As we sped past her, I saw her head turn so that she was always looking right at me, even through the tinted minivan windows. I asked my parents if they saw her, and they just responded, "Saw who?" Soon afterwards, I accepted that it was all in my head, and that the girl was never even there.
I can tell you from experience that sleep paralysis is the scariest thing you can go through. I was 19 at the time, and unlike most other people,
It can be.
I had experienced sleep paralysis 3 times in my life. But on one horrible night, it happened a 4th time,
Okay.
and it was much worse than any other time, or anything in my life for that matter. I opened up my eyes just as the morning sun began to peek its light into my somewhat opened blinds, but I found myself unable to move. It's already a hellish experience enough
Mhm.
But what I saw only made it an emotionally scarring experience.
Okay.
There was a little girl standing by the wall staring me down.
Oh, okay.
At least I
That's
assumed
when
she
it gets
was,
really bad.
because her eyes were nothing but black.
Oh.
Anyone's natural response would be to jerk up and scream or attack, but I couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
The girl then started taking giant exaggerated steps,
Oh gosh.
stretching her legs more than humanly possible. She reached my bed and stopped, and finally she threw her hands around my throat and squeezed. And I
Oh,
couldn't
man.
breathe. She was choking me, and in reality, I could not breathe. I thought I was going to die, and I couldn't do anything about it. I was completely helpless. And then, just as I felt as if I were taking my final gasps, my hands jerked up and I hit myself in the face. The girl was gone, and I was fully awake.
Mhm.
I felt like I had been underwater for a whole minute, gasping for air. I had been genuinely cut off from breathing in air. But that wasn't even the scariest part.
Okay.
What I find the most terrifying, and you can only understand if you've experienced something like this yourself, was watching that little girl with her hands around my throat, choking me almost to death, and just sitting there, watching and feeling it, unable to do anything.
Yeah, it's a very very nerve-wracking experience. So I was going to talk about my experiences with sleep paralysis. I have had it before, but not to the degree that most people would assume sleep paralysis. Because a lot of people assume, or well, most people experience like when they experience sleep paralysis, they see like these hallucinations, right? Like the what you would dub the sleep paralysis demon, right? My experience with sleep paralysis doesn't involve that. It's more so. I mean, I talked to like a doctor about this. He said it was sleep paralysis, so I mean, I'm assuming that it is. But my case was much different compared to like others. It's not in the sense that like I get hallucinations. It's more of that I just can't do anything. So the way that my sleep paralysis works is like it causes my eyes or my eyelids to like close and I can't open. So I just see darkness. That's all I see, and I just can't move. I just kind of have to sit there, or well, not sit there, but lay there, and then after a while, I jerk awake. Right. That's pretty much what happens with me. I so most people experience their sleep paralysis where they have their eyes open, right, and they can see everything, but they can't move, and then they experience hallucinations. It's kind of like falling asleep in a way, but being aware that being awake, but you're still sleeping in a way, or at least your body is still sleeping. That's how I would probably describe it. But for me, it's just like my eyes can't stay open because it keeps pushing me to close my eyes. That's basically my experience with it. So nothing that's like horrifying, but it is scary though, not being able to move and such. And I've experienced this multiple times. Like at least, if I had to put a number on how many times this happened, I'd probably round it up to at least 10. And they don't happen for too long. I know like some people experience sleep paralysis for like a minute or even 2 minutes. Mine lasts about 15 seconds. But it happens on more. It happens like at a higher quantity. So like the very scary sleep paralysis, like it happens less frequently, but they last longer and they're more horrifying. Right? Mine are more like normal, in the sense that like there's no supernatural stuff happening. It's just I can't move and stuff, and it lasts for a short amount of time, but it happens more often. That's the way I would describe it. I probably didn't do a really good job of describing that, but I don't know. I tried my best to kind of give a description of what my experience was like. It's, when in terms of hallucinations, I haven't really had anything. I haven't experienced anything like that. But it depends. I think it happens to everyone, at least like sometime in their life. I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know. I've always had a sense of paranoia when it comes to like hearing stories like this. Always that little bit of like, that little anxiety that you get, and kind of thinking like, well, I mean, someone else went through this. What if I go through that? How am I going to react, or how is that going to make me feel? And it's not something that I should be thinking about, because the more you think about it, the worse it becomes. So I try not to think too much about those things, but when paranoia hits, it can be very nerve-wracking. So that's pretty much all I have to say. I don't know. I'm not good at articulating my feelings very well, but I think you guys can get a sense of what I'm talking about. Overall though, good video, very well narrated, good details. So yeah, good stuff. BGM, have you heard of this YouTuber called Llama Arts? I don't know if you have, but whenever I watch like these like scary like stories and stuff, I always watch Llama Arts, because Llama Arts takes these stories and then and animates them. I watch Llama Arts all the time. Like it's great, because like, yes, like being able to listen to it. He animates Mr. Yeah, exactly. And like I always watch it because, like, for me sometimes just listening to it is hard for me to visualize. So having Llama Art there to animate Mr. Nightmare gives me like a picture of exactly what happened. Because like, yeah, sometimes I have a hard time like putting together the picture of what happened. So anyways, let's move on to the next one. Next video. All of these thumbnails, man.
If you're like most people, you've probably at one point had the experience of your alarm clock becoming a part of your dream before waking up. Or perhaps had some other sound, like the TV you left on before falling asleep, influence your dreams. But what would happen if reality influenced your dreams during a nightmare? Well, it would probably only add to the horror.
Yeah, it would.
While all of the stories on this list are creepy, some are more unexplainable than others. Here are 5 first-hand stories of people whose nightmares have strangely read into reality. Number 5.
Like, I
This
know
story was
it's
submitted
supposed
to
to
me by
add
Earl
to like
Feinhardt.
the whole horror effect,
It was
but
a
like
long and
having
stressful
those
day,
like
so falling
those
asleep
sound
was
effects
easy.
come in,
I
it just
think the dream started to fade
makes
in
me
around
feel
halfway
like
through the night.
doesn't make me feel
It
at
wasn't
ease.
a pleasant dream. I'll try to describe it the best I could. I was in the woods outside of a giant castle. Everything was black except for the night sky, which had a hint of blue.
Mm-hmm.
I remember this horrifying sound coming from inside the castle, as if something were calling me. It's downright disturbing to think about it even now. The sound was some kind of demonic, hellish voice, and it echoed through the woods.
Uh-huh.
I somehow knew it was coming from inside the castle, and yet it sounded as if the source of the sound was a few hundred feet away from me. This was not a lucid dream. I had no conscious control over myself, so I made my way to the castle. There were no doors. It was as if the inside of this castle was also the outside. I don't know how else to describe it. The sound of the demonic voice was no doubt getting louder, and as I walked the open corridors of the castle, the halls started to become more narrow, and I felt myself banging into the walls as I dragged myself along. The sounds of the screaming were coming from beyond a door on my left. I entered, and I swear to God, there was nothing but blackness in the room. And yet, I still felt myself moving closer to the sound. I banged into something, and that's when I woke up, hunched over my 4-year-old son's bed, who was crying and horrified. He had been screaming because he also had a nightmare, and I scared him even more, as he described the way I walked in and then stopped in front of his bed, slowly lowering myself closer to him.
Whoa.
Number 4. This story was posted by a forum user named Joey Mancuso. I just want to point out before sharing my story that I am an atheist and do not believe in any kinds of miracles, gods, or anything of that sort. However, I still don't know how to explain this. I was having a really disturbing dream. It seemed to be Halloween night, and I was with my friends trick-or-treating. We hit 2 houses. The first one was normal from what I remember. When we rang the doorbell to a second house, the door opened on its own into a darkish blue living room. I stepped inside, and my friends were gone at this point. I looked around the room I was in. The door I had just entered from no longer existed. In fact, the whole room seemed to have rapidly changed appearance, a common occurrence in dreams.
Yeah.
After exploring the house, I came to a room upstairs, even though I didn't remember climbing the stairs. On the wall I was facing was a giant framed picture. I mean, at least 10 meters long and 20 meters wide.
Wow, that's massive.
The picture was of my 30-year-old cousin, who I hadn't seen in years.
It's Silver Chin?
Her eyes were enlarged to an uncomfortable amount, and they followed me everywhere.
Oh, yo,
I
he is
went.
here. No way.
The giant portrait
Oh,
suddenly
dude.
cracked,
Guess who else
and
is
the
here?
rusty, scratchy, ear-piercing sound of the giant nails holding the portrait on the wall painfully filled my eardrums. The portrait started to fall off the wall, and I watched, completely frozen, as it fell on top of me. But before it could crush me, I was awake.
Yeah, it does happen
5
like
in
that.
the morning.
Where, like...
Minutes after waking up, my cell phone rang. I picked up. It was my uncle, calling to tell me that my
Well, I'll
cousin
wait
had
until the
just
story's
overdosed
over,
on
and
heroin.
then I'll go over
and died.
something. Oh, man.
Number 3.
Okay, so that is a common occurrence where, like, you know, something, like, you're about to make impact or something, and then you just suddenly wake up. I've had that many times, and I remember 2 instances of when it happened. Like, it doesn't turn into reality like what's described here, but there was one experience where I think I was having a dream of doing parkour or something, and do you guys know what Roblox trusts look like? You know, like, you know those like trusts that you climb in Roblox games? Apparently that was inside of my dream for some reason. But it was like a metallic kind of thing, and I was doing parkour, and then suddenly I fell off of like the building, and right below me are these like titanium or steel metallic Roblox truss, and right before I'm about to hit them with my head, I wake up. Now that's one thing that I remember. Another thing that I remember was there was this one experience where, like, I guess, like, I was okay, this is a weird way of describing it, but I was on like a roller coaster or something. This is in like the desert. So I was in like a desert, and then we were riding this whole roller coaster in the desert, and for some reason, like we were going through like that loop, and the coaster fell off the tracks, flew into the air, and then right before it hits the ground, I wake up. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just all I remember was a roller coaster and like a very wide, empty desert. That's it. So nothing nightmarish to say the least, but very bizarre is probably the best way to describe it. Let's continue the video.
I was having a nightmare that started off with me in my house reading a newspaper. Then the lights went out, and the dream started to focus on my trying to find out why the power was cut. The fuse box was apparently in the basement in this dream, which is, by the way, inaccurate to real life. I went down to the basement with a flashlight and opened up the fuse box. There was a sticky note inside, saying, "Go back upstairs to the red room." While still in the basement, I started to hear a moaning type sound coming from the boiler room / laundry room. My brain knew my childhood fears, and it seemed to be taking advantage of them in this nightmare. The door to the boiler room cracked open, and something poked its head out to look at me. I left the basement after seeing this, following the sticky note's orders. I went upstairs to the second floor of the house, and there was a glowing red door at the end of the hall, a door that doesn't actually exist in my real house. Now there was a disturbing echoing sound coming from beyond the door, and as I got closer, it became more clear that it was a voice, chanting the number 314, 314. I opened the door, and there was just a chair in the room, facing the wall across from me.
3.14?
The room was as red as the glow that had been illuminating through the door. The voice chanting 314 was clearer now. It was an extremely creepy voice, almost feeling like it was speaking into my ear. I woke up abruptly, with my heart beating somewhat quickly. I grabbed my iPhone that was sitting on the desk next to me to check the time. It was 3:14
You could take these
a.m.
stories and turn them into
You may think I just
games.
saw a clock while half awake or
Imagine, like,
something.
the experiences you
no
can make out
digital
of these
clocks in my
heavy
room.
stories.
The only clock would be the one on my iPhone that was in the same position
do
as
it,
I
make
had
sure to
left
get
it
proper
before
credit,
going to
though.
bed. To this day, I have no idea how my dream knew it was 3:14, or if there was supposed to be some kind of meaning behind it. Number
That was
2.
an idea for a horror game I would do.
This one
Alright,
was from
well,
an
I mean,
Ask
I'll play
Reddit
it,
post.
BGM.
It was a night during the summer,
You would be
2015.
put into scary
I was high out
situations
of my
like
mind
IRL.
after a party. I was fortunate enough to not get caught by my parents as I walked to my room to get straight to bed.
Okay.
I was at the part of my high where I was just exhausted and wanted to get some sleep, and so I fell asleep in probably 10 minutes or less. Have you ever heard about that idea that smoking pot and then going to sleep high alters your dreams or gives you some kind of enhanced dreaming capabilities?
Sure.
Well,
sure.
after this one, I won't be fighting that theory. I don't remember anything before this dream. It started out with me in the woods in the middle of the night. In real life, you would just be surrounded by trees and the sounds of night critters, nothing special. But being that this was a dream, it was much worse. There were ghostly wind sounds coming from everywhere. Instead of bug noises, there were wolf howls and sounds of footsteps coming from behind me.
That's
There was
scary.
that magically
Like,
horrifying feeling of a dream that
So
you just can't
one of the
describe.
scariest things that I
But it made
think
it so much more than just
you
being
can.
trapped in the woods.
I mean, okay, this is just me
I
personally.
found
but
myself running away from the footsteps
footsteps
that were consistently the
that-
same distance
that are running
behind me
towards you,
until reaching a building
and you
in the middle
don't
of
know
the
where
woods.
it's coming from is
Of
one
course,
of the
I went inside
like
and boarded the door shut
that's
with
one of
planks
the
that seemed to
most
have come out of nowhere. This
anxiety-inducing
dream
things.
seemed to have
go
gone on
through.
forever, too long to describe it all. But to summarize, I was in that building, which turned out to be a house, and the footsteps that were following me from outside were circling the house. I tried to find a weapon, but the house was almost completely empty. Everything was black and white at this point. While sitting on a couch in the living room, one of the only pieces of furniture there was a shadow that appeared at the window, and shortly after, the figure standing outside knocked on the window. It kept knocking and knocking until I woke up, but the knocking didn't stop.
Oh.
I jumped out of bed when I realized someone was at my window, looking in and knocking. I squealed for my dad, and the figure at the window ran off. I'm still open to the possibility that my high hadn't completely worn off, and that it might have been a partial wake-up
Yo, is that
hallucination,
Niflheim?
but it was also so real that, at the same time, I have to believe it actually happened. The sound was real, and the figure at my window was real. My dad and I looked around the property to find no one.
Yeah, there are those
He told me I
experiences
just had a
that do
bad dream
translate
and
to
to go
real
back to
life like
sleep.
this. Not necessarily
I hope he was right.
like scary experiences like this, but like there are some that translate to real
Number
life.
1. I was having a horrifying dream, possibly the most disturbing nightmare of my life.
Okay.
I was in my house, or the closest thing to my house that my dream could produce. Ironically enough, I was in bed in this dream, or at least I can only start remembering past the point of my lying in bed, and all of a sudden, the sound came from downstairs.
Don't do
I
that.
walked downstairs in the dark, not turning on any lights, to where I thought the sound was coming from. I was on my middle floor now. The dream was telling me to go downstairs to my laundry room,
See, for example,
and
you
so
would
I
be in a
did.
abandoned house and
But
someone's
as I
after
got
you, they
there,
would suck
expecting
you while
the
you try to
noise to be
escape.
louder and closer,
You know,
it
yeah,
sounded
I
like
think
it
that
was
would be
just
a
as far as
very...
before.
The animation that
Now
llama
I was
art made
going
for this one
upstairs
is
to the
okay.
kitchen, and it's
You
strange.
can put
Outside
some
of
llama
every
art
window was
videos if you want to,
complete blackness,
BGM. Just
not
as long
general
as they're
nighttime
not, like,
darkness. There
you
was
know,
nothingness. I think all
as long as
that
they're not,
existed
like,
in this
too
dream was
disturbing.
my house.
you know, like we
Now my
don't
dream
want
started
to
to suggest that the banging sounds
I don't
were
want to
coming
put
from
like
upstairs.
disturbing
So I went
content
back
on my stream.
upstairs, and
It's
was
supposed to be a
eventually
chill
led to
stream.
the attic door. It was surely beyond that door. I opened it. There was an old woman standing by a bunch of boxes. She was slowly but loudly slamming her hand on one of the boxes, producing an unnatural sound.
Sounds
I
more
tried
like a
to
door.
quietly step back away from the attic, but the old woman turned around, opened her mouth twice as wide as anyone humanly could, reached out her arms, began to scream, and leaped toward me. That's when I woke up. I thought it was just a horrific dream, but when I heard a bang coming from downstairs, a bang similar to what I heard in my dream, I felt my heart completely drop.
Great, here we go.
On my way downstairs, there was another bang. It was the front door. I got the butcher knife from my knife holder in the kitchen and crouched behind the door. I was waiting for the next time he would pound on the door, and I would warn him to go away. I waited for a good minute in silence, and finally decided to take a quick look through the window. There was somebody standing in my driveway. I couldn't tell if he was facing me or looking at me or not, but he was surely the one who was pounding on my door at 4 in the morning. He walked away down the sidewalk moments after he must have noticed me. The pounding on my door was the kind of pounding you would expect from
one of the
someone trying to
scary
break in a door,
Like,
not to get a house owner's attention.
when you see someone
I
outside,
thought it
right,
was
that you
just
don't know,
crazy and horrifying.
but then when
that
they
the
notice
pounding
you,
and banging
that's
from
a
this potential
worse,
robber or
that's a
killer
worse
didn't wake me up.
situation.
Rather, became the key point to a
'Cause
horrifying
now they know you're
dream.
there. I don't know. I don't really know what to say. It's like I don't have any. I mean, I don't know. I haven't had any experiences like this before, so I don't really have a way to relate to any of these stories. I'm sure, you know, that some people have had experiences like this, whether it's similar or like, but I just, let's see. There's one story that he narrated and regrets it to this very day. That story is messed up. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, if it is, then let's not watch it. I don't know. I'm not sending it here because yeah, that's. I mean, I don't think we want to watch anything that's really bad, you know. So. I wonder what Mr. Nightmare goes through. Like reading all these stories out, you know, because his mind must be. like his mind must be like so convoluted because like he's processing these stories pretty much on like a daily basis. So I don't know if he's like if he's still in because you know like reading these stories, right? Eventually, like well, for some people you might be put in a place of paranoia. At least that's how I go through things. Like if I go through too many stories like this, I go through a sense of paranoia. Some people can handle it just fine, where they just, you know, they experience the story, or well, not experience. They listen to the story and then they just brush it off. But then there are others that like kind of take it and it bottles up inside of them, and then that bottling turns into like paranoia. That's how it works for me at least. I don't know how you process it, BGM. I'm assuming that you watch like, you know, these like horror stories pretty often. And let's see, you know, top 15, right? Top 15. Is that like Mixture V? or is that Mr. Top 10? Wait, hold on. I think I'm not. I think I'm talking about a different person. But go on. Top 15. I mean, there are a lot of top channels. All I know is that like one of those top channels is Nixter V, who was originally a Roblox creator. A Roblox YouTuber, but he changed up his content. But top 15's old videos were actually good before he went down the same rabbit hole every horror channel does. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think like, you know, sometimes the meme number 15 breaking. Yeah. That, I mean, that meme's a classic. I think everyone knows about it. Oh, hold on. That'll make me cringe. Do you have any shorter ones, VGM? I mean, oh yeah, how long is this video, by the way? These are longer. Dang. I don't know if we're gonna watch the full thing. Because the maximum time that I put is 20 minutes. Or I changed it down to 20 minutes because I think longer videos than that are... I tend to lose my attention span if it goes on longer than that. There's this one video he did was 8 hours. It's like, does he have any shorter videos? Or at least like samples? Small samples? I don't know how else to describe it. They're over 20 minutes, but under 30 minutes. Okay. Alright, well, I'll put it for 30 minutes, but like, as soon as, I'll skip when I need to. That's all I'll really say. 30 minutes, 2 seconds is 1800. Hold on, give me 1 second to change the timing on this. Don't request anything yet. Okay, go ahead. put a poll out in the chat actually. Hold on. Let me make another poll. One second. Alright, I don't know. You guys can answer that poll if you want to. Last time it was, I think it was a 70-30 split, with yes being the majority. But, well, I mean, as you guys can see here, we're still farming the radioactive, so it means that we didn't get Starcutter or Selphus. But maybe today's the day. I would like it to be so that we can go to Atheon and try to get Meteor Shot, but I can't say for sure. Alright, let me push the video. Okay. Dang, dude, all these thumbnails, man.
All of the following stories are from the Ask Reddit post, What's Your Creepiest Real Life Story? A link
we
to
had
this
221
post is
kills,
in the
yeah?
description
Let me
below.
check.
Number 15. In a cold winter night in a remote village from Quebec, Canada, me and my two brothers
247.
were asleep. We were 1, 3, and 6 years old. In the middle of the night, someone entered our house without knocking, walked around, and was talking to himself. Our house is 2 miles from the village in a rural area. My father woke up, went to the living room, and there the guy was. He had a car accident 1 mile from our house with his buddy who instantly died, and his scalp fell in front of his face. He was drunk and his body was frozen. He was speaking to himself, "I'm gonna die." The fact that his face was partially frozen might have saved his life, preventing him from losing too much blood. My father took him to the hospital that was 25 kilometers from our house by car. He did survive. To this day, my father is still blessed the fact that we never woke up during that night with all the noise. Number 14. Last year, a guy came to my door at 9 o'clock at night. He knocked and I got my mom and she went out to see what was up. By the way, we live in a very rural area, so visits that late are extremely uncommon and strange. The guy talked to my mom about how he was opening a business, asked whether she liked American-made products.
I wouldn't
then
open the
handed her a
door
Clorox
for
container
that
as a
late.
sample.
Like,
he went back to his minivan
there's a
and
time
opened it to get a
when,
vacuum cleaner
like,
when my mom saw
it doesn't
5
matter
other
who.
men sitting inside. She told me to
Like,
run and get the police
after
since we didn't have a landline. I couldn't find it.
a
so I
certain
got my
time,
knife and stood
anyone
around
who knocks at
corner.
the door
She
is
threw the
getting
container
ignored.
outside and told them to get the hell
cannot
off
go
the
past the
property.
threshold.
They peeled out of the driveway and we
I'm
never
not
saw
opening
the
the
car
door to
again.
anyone after
2 months
like,
later, my mom found a single
probably
bearded
after like
guy
9.
putting filled garbage bags by the back door. She asked him what the hell he was doing and he responded by saying, "This is for your little girl." Again, she told him to get the hell out. Then we went through the bags. They were filled with garbage, dirty clothes, and empty tampon containers. Number 13. When I was a kid, I was always the last kid picked up by the bus driver to go to school. One day I was waiting for the bus by myself and a bus with no kids pulled up. The bus driver smiled and told me to hop on. I just had a bad feeling. I said, "Where are the other kids?" He said, "We will go get them now. Just get on." He got more and more pushy but didn't do anything
that's
crazy.
very sus.
I kept just saying no and he shrugged and left. The real bus pulled up a few minutes later. I went to school and my parents didn't know until I mentioned it that night. Looking back, they were pretty worried. I remember them scrambling to make a few phone calls. Number 12. It was very early morning or late at night, whatever you want to call it. Around 5 a.m., still dark, my dad and brother and I were in the car driving to the mosque. On the way there, there's a dimly lit road with a forest on both sides and a bend that makes it difficult to see. Bear in mind this isn't a residential area. There isn't even a sidewalk, and the nearest intersection is a good kilometer either way. So we're driving, we get to this bend, and just before it, we see a figure sort of waving us down. They were dressed kinda odd, but I figured it was some sort of running outfit. I don't want to say it was glowing or reflective because I don't fully remember, but it just made me assume that it was some sort of running outfit. Couldn't make out his face or anything about him other than his clothing. So he's waving us down dramatically. My dad slows down, but doesn't really think anything of it. As we turn along the road, we see
background music with the
freaking
scary
out.
video, two
It was just out of
opposites.
view
Yeah,
before the
like,
curve in the road,
like,
so we would have definitely hated it.
I
if
need
my
some
dad
way to
didn't slow
cope with
down.
this,
Dad
alright?
stops, quickly checks on the driver of the car to make sure he's okay, then doubles back for some reason, maybe to thank the guy on the road who warned us. He drove back quite a ways, no one on either side of the road. It was about 60 seconds from initially seeing the guy to turning around to where he was, so no time for him to really go anywhere. Number 11. I lived in a small college
Don't
town
put that
and my
picture
apartment
up.
complex was walking distance from the bar downtown area. One weekday night, I stepped
stepped out on my front porch to smoke a cigarette or two. I brought my textbook with me and sat down on the stairs while I smoked. A girl who I had never met but who lived one apartment over but down on the ground floor came home from downtown. She was by herself and you could tell from her walk that she had been drinking. She got in her apartment and barely closed the door before some guy who came out of nowhere knocked on her door. She opened it and I noticed he introduced himself, which was kind of weird because it was 2:30 a.m. Who comes to a strange girl's apartment at that time? So I decided to stay outside and pay attention. They ended up talking for over 10 minutes. She acknowledged how weird the situation was but didn't know how to end the conversation. He would do the creepiest things like how he reached up and stroked her hair at least 3 times and would try and slowly inch his way closer to her and the door. I made a point of being loud with my textbook so he would know I was there, and he had disappeared as eerily as he had come. We called the cops and days later they had the girl and me sit with a sketch artist. As soon as the sketch was made public, floods of calls came in. The guy turned out to be a serial rapist who had followed lone girls home from bars and pretended to be a cab offering them rides. This girl got lucky just because she lived so close to the bar and he didn't have a chance to pull the cab routine. Number 10. Went camping with some friends on a hill a few kilometers out in the woods from one of the guy's houses. There's a few hiking / four-wheeling trails in the area that lead up to the hill, so it's known by the locals.
That intense music coming in the video?
Midnight, we had a fire going and was just sitting around having a good time.
I just noticed it now.
Sitting opposite of
Sound
me,
like
yells,
intense
"Who are
music."
you?" I turn around and there's this man about 6 feet tall staring at us from the edge of the woods with a big rock in his hand. One guy knocked an arrow in the composite bow we had. The guy across from me grabbed the hatchet and I pulled a knife off my belt. We had no clue what we were doing, but the guy wouldn't say anything to us. He eventually just backed into the woods. No sleep was had that night and we kept a very large fire going. Number 9. I was in Minot, North Dakota with my old band. Our tour van blew a head gasket and we were stuck there for a few days.
I don't like this picture.
On day 2, but I was wide awake. I walk for a bit and make it to some scummy bar. I'm obviously not from around there and no one is saying a word to me. After 2 beers I start to get a tad nauseous and dizzy. I put my head on my hand and try to let it pass, but it keeps getting worse. Suddenly a voice says, "You'll feel pain tonight." I jump and look up and a tall, roughly 40-year-old man is walking to the bathroom.
These and Mr.
turns
Nightmare
back and
Stories.
glances at me. I call my friends and we get the fuck out of there. I slept for 12 to 13 hours and felt awful and loopy the next day. I was roofied. Number 8.
I would say
This
these
is the
are
first of 2 instances.
every
First,
picture
I
he
was
puts
alone
up
in
gets
the
worse and
basement
worse.
playing GTA 4 with my friends on my PC.
Yeah, like
It
these
gets
are
to about
more
1 a.m. and we're
relatable in
having
a way
blast,
because
shooting RPGs and throwing grenades.
yeah, because again,
willy-nilly.
like these
Then I
can
hear a
happen
sound that doesn't really fit
at
with
any
GTA.
point.
I figure it's not coming from my headset, so I take it off. The sound that's being made is coming from an old music box that we have. The last time it was used was probably 10 years ago, and this thing is just full on blaring its song. I start chanting no 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 and book it upstairs, leaving my friend on Skype pretty confused. My mom and dad are coming down from their room. My dad is equipped with a baseball bat, and as you can imagine, it's hard to explain to him that it was not an intruder. My second instance was in the same basement. Now my basement has a main area, which most of our furnishings are. Then there's this unfinished part of the basement where I'm sure the spirits dwell, but I digress. Anyway, this time I'm playing GTA 4 again with the same friend. It's about
GTA
1 a.m.
4.
and we decide to call it a night. It's at that point that I hear da 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 in a little girl's voice from the bowels of the unfinished part of the basement. Now it's pitch black around me except for my island of salvation at my computer. At this point I'm so fucking done with the ghost that I say fuck it, fine, have the basement, and go upstairs and go to bed. There's a couple more instances of spooky ghosts, but not as scary as these 2. Number 7. I live in Sydney, Australia.
These pictures
and this
just
was
get
probably
worse
just
and
over
worse,
a year
man.
ago. I was driving with my girlfriend back to my home after going out for dinner at a friend's house, which is about 15 minutes away from my area called Watson's Bay. To get back to my place, you need to drive down into the valley near the harbor down a long winding main road that progressively takes you down to the water. It's about 1:30 or 2 a.m. and we're making our ways down the road and not really paying much attention. And she suddenly grabs my arm and gasps, which freaks me out already. As I'm looking around to see what the fuck is going on, we approach the roundabout and there's a man in medical looking attire next to a woman in what looks like white pajamas with blood
Try
covering
to
a
update
lot
stuff
of her
now. Enjoy the
clothing.
videos
Now,
when they come up.
obviously, my
Alright.
balls drop
Thanks for
and
putting those
instincts
up,
kick in
man.
as I
I'm gonna
speed
need
up.
those
It's quite a
after
small
watching some of
roundabout,
these
so you
horror
need
stuff.
to either slow down enough to turn left or speed up and get the fuck straight out of there. I go straight, and as we pass, the woman attempts to launch herself at my car as the man looks like he was trying to stop her. We get home about 3 or 4 minutes later and we're both shaken and basically scared shitless. Called the police to inform them of what we saw and just got a call back the next morning explaining how a woman had somehow run away from a mental home and was attempting to commit suicide using sharp objects and running onto main roads. The man was one of the first workers who knew her on the scene, and apparently they managed to bring bring her back to where she lived. Heard nothing more after that. Number 6. We were partying at a usual party spot by the river, and some dude came out of the woods. He just kept saying weird shit like, you gotta watch yourself down there. There's some really bad folks around here. When we asked who he was, he just said, I'm nobody.
This is why
We're all a
I
little
never...
sketched out and basically told
Okay,
the guy
well,
to
not
fuck
never,
off.
but
A
I
couple
don't
of
step
days
out of
later,
my
a girl
house.
went off the rope swing there and got
Alright,
really
like,
fucked
I'm
up.
not
Someone
looking to
put
run
fish
into these
hooks
types
all
of
over the
people.
bottom of the rope swing, and it took chunks of flesh out of her leg. Later we found out that the dude was just a guy who lived nearby, and although it was a creepy drunk, he was totally harmless. There was a fucked up, probably
Yo, what's going
family
on,
that
Dan?
lived
Mini,
up the
welcome to the
road that
stream.
he would warn people about. About 5 years later, last year, they beat up some kid with a log and then kidnapped some girl at gunpoint and took her on a joyride. Number 5. When I was about 10, me and my family of 6 lived in an
I hate
extremely
that
small
picture.
apartment. 2-bedroom upstairs and then the living room. When I was tired of my siblings, I would sleep downstairs. One night I'm lying on the couch facing the front door and watching the sky through the window by the door when a face shows up in the window illuminated by a lighter. I'm pretty relieved, thinking it was maybe one of our druggy neighbors seeing if my parents were still awake when it showed up again. I try to scream, but when
I don't care
do,
who
nothing comes out, not a
shows
sound.
up to my
The
window. If you
person
show
who
up to
kicks
my
in the door
window
walks
doing
in the
that,
room.
like-
He sees me, smiles,
trying to
goes
look in
towards the
through the
kitchen.
window
As he comes
like
out of the
that,
kitchen
dude,
with a
I
knife,
am-
my dad makes it down the stairs and the
I
guy
am
books it
not.
out of there. I can't sleep easily on couches
like,
to
you know,
this
they could
day.
be a
Number
neighbor or they
4.
could be
I was
like
6 or 7
a
years
friend or
old in
something.
my
I
parents'
am
apartment and
taking
heading
that
towards the kitchen.
very
So I go
serious.
towards the kitchen where my mom is talking.
It doesn't
on the
matter if
phone.
it's a
At
joke
the end
or
of the
not,
corridor in
dude.
front of me, I see the
Do
front
not-
door opening and halting
like,
because of the
start
door chain holding.
making,
I thought it was my dad.
like, a
It was
pose
about
at the
11 in
window.
morning. So I think my dad will close the door and ring the doorbell for my mom to open up the chain. It was weird because I hadn't heard the key turning, except that nobody rings the door and an enormous hairy hand that definitely doesn't belong to my father tries to pull on the chain. Immediately,
Oh,
I
gosh.
understand it's a burglar. I rush to slam shut the door with my entire body while I whine a little no. So there's me slamming against the door with all my 7-year-old strength, panicked out of my mind, and then
Huh?
putting all my weight against the infernal piece of wood, with a huge burglar on the other side.
It's
trying
been
to
a
keep the
while.
door
It has
open
been
so
a
we can
while,
pull the
Dan Mini.
chain
How you
off.
doing?
Fingers trying to grasp the end of the chain, and my mother completely oblivious about 12 feet away in the next room. I tried to scream at my mother. I remember yelling muffled pieces of "Mom, Mom," but she thinks I'm horsing around and pays no attention. It's after my 7th
come
or 8th
on.
scream when I was about to give up all hope when I heard my mom.
Good, how about
she'll
you?
call her back
Doing
because
alright.
I've done something. And
Be
she
better
needed
if I
to
get
check
some of
on
these
me.
items.
The burglar
Well, the
heard
count's
it and let me
400,
close
yeah.
the door. My mom arrived
It's
in
not
the mask
too
to know what
difficult
I'm
to get
doing.
to max
I'm
level
crying at
nowadays,
that
especially
point,
with
not
like all
being
the
able to
good
utter a
EXP
coherent
sources. It's
sentence,
like
trying to point at the
Swordburst
door,
2 has
saying only
much better
burglar out, or
EXP
something to that effect.
distribution
My mother
now.
not getting the hint comes over.
So you
and
can get
tries
to level
open the door
400
to
pretty
see what
quickly.
the fuss is all about, with me still pushing against
Much
it.
faster
As soon
than
as I
it- than
realized
back
what she was
then.
about to do, I tried to push her away.
Am I allowed to help
calmly
you?
shouting at her, "Don't
You
open the
can,
door,
but
there's a burglar
make
around."
sure to read the
I
rules
had to
first.
fall on my
They're in the
ass,
description.
then on my knees and beg her against trying to push me aside before she decided to change her mind and see through the people instead of opening the door. So she looks through it in a hurry and starts saying, "See, there's no one the," and I see her very annoyed face turning pale as a sheet all of a sudden. She grabs me and pushes me aside from the door and tells me to go get her phone. I rush to the kitchen. I heard her yell through the door, "I can see you crouching, you're behind the door. I'm not gonna open, and I'm calling the police right this minute." The bastard was still
Yo,
behind
Sean,
the door,
welcome to the
crouching
stream.
as low as he could, not making a sound, so my mom would think no one was outside as she opened the door and he'd rush inside. My mom called the police, and after 5 minutes of my mom issuing threats through the door, we heard someone creeping away from the hallway and down the building entrance and outside the building door. My mom was white as a sheet, not making a sound or expressing any emotion throughout the whole ordeal. After about half an hour later, my father arrived, oblivious to the whole thing. When my mom told him about what happened, he went and got a new lock and a better door chain. The
Yeah,
police arrived at
that's a good
afternoon,
idea.
a full 5 hours later. Even though the police station
I
was a
mean,
10-minute drive from our house, I don't
you
think
know,
the burglar was
seeing
ever
someone
caught.
pull the chain
Number
like that
3,
is very
my mom
scary.
had been calling a lot.
What is
It was my
that?
first semester away at college, and her husband had gone batshit insane.
Man,
He hit
these
her for the
pictures,
first time
man.
4 nights before I moved out. She locked him out of the house, and he banged on the doors. In the middle
How's
of
it
the night,
going?
he drove
It's
away
going
and I
alright.
hadn't seen him since.
How about you,
When I
Shan?
answered, she
How you
said
doing?
she'd gotten a phone call while she was watching TV. The person on the other end of the line said he had been hired to kill her and her kids, but if she could make him a better offer, he wouldn't do it. He told her what TV show she was watching. He told her what dorm I lived in. He told her that my brother was upstairs playing video games when he was supposed to be asleep. She ran upstairs. My little brother was playing video games in his room. She yelled at him to pack a bag. The person on the phone had hung up. She called me. I waited for 45 minutes before
Good friend for
leaving,
the
hoping
Frozen
my
Euphoria?
roommates would
Nice.
show up and
Well,
help me figure out
hope
what
you
to
get
do.
it.
I said I'd call the police, but my mom said no.
How'd you get so
She
much
said, "Please
Vel?
come help me." My
Just
roommates
farming,
didn't come
like
home.
farming like
The RA
this.
was gone. I got into my truck and made a 45
Mostly it
minute
was
drive
from
in 20
Eternal
minutes.
Garden
The highway was nearly
and
deserted.
and
I hoped a
Apion.
police officer would pull me over. They'd know what to do
But
and I'd be able
I
to
think
say
Vel
I hadn't called
is
the
Vel
cops.
is a little
I
easier to get
accidentally missed
if
my
you have a
turn
good
when my
amount
mother
of people
called
in
me
the
3
server,
times in a row.
especially
I
at
accidentally ran a
the
red light
Glutton
when I
Flare.
answered. A cop was right there. He didn't pull me over. When I got to our neighborhood, I parked 2 streets away and used my ROTC tactical movements
Yo,
to go through the
ROTC.
alleys to our backyard.
I
tried
never
to
did
call my mother
ROTC,
3
but I
times,
know
she
people
didn't
who did
answer.
it.
I put my phone on vibrate. The gate was closed, but when I opened it, I saw a back door standing open. No one was out there. I hesitated and went in, calling out softly for our dogs. They weren't there. Those dogs bark at everything. They were either not in the house or they were dead. I got a knife from the kitchen and
Yikes.
started a room-by-room search. Kitchen and laundry room were clear. I refused to check the garage. Dining room clear. Living room clear. But oh fuck, there's a broken vase. Downstairs bathroom clear. I didn't go into the master bedroom because I fully expected to find my mother dead. I needed to get upstairs to the second bedroom on the right, my bedroom, to get my rifle, the only gun in the house, but no one was downstairs and the upstairs was completely dark. There was a blind corner right at the top of the stairs. Anyone could be hiding there. I was 100% freaking the fuck out as I climbed the stairs. I got almost halfway up
Yeah,
when
this story
someone
is
started
nuts.
banging on the front door, which is right in front of the stairs. I froze. I turned
What did you
halfway
put-
so
what
no
did
one
you
could
put into
surprise
the
me from
media
second
share
floor.
BGM?
Who's there? I screamed. My cover was blown anyway. If anyone was in the house, they knew I was there. Whoever was outside could see me through the glass at the top of the door, but it was too dark for me to see them. No one answered, but they kept pounding on the door. Who the fuck is it? I screamed. Now at the base of the steps, they kept banging on the door. I'll kill you, motherfucker, I screamed as I flung open the door to see my mother standing there with the dogs in her arms. Why didn't you answer? I asked. She said she wasn't sure if it was me or not. And if it
2,500
hadn't been
kills
me,
on
what were you
Golem,
gonna
but
do?
it's
Throw
a
the
1 in
dogs
10
at them?
case,
She
so I might get
hadn't
lucky.
thought
Yeah.
that far ahead. I told her the back door had been open, but
you know,
she
just-
said
you
it
just
had been
gotta keep
locked when she
going.
left. I said I checked
Nothing-
most
you
of
can't
the
really,
downstairs
you
and
know,
was going upstairs
don't give
with
up.
a gun. She said go
You'll
up
get
and
it.
get it, so I went up with my knife and checked the upstairs while I was at it. Then I checked the rest of the downstairs. She had taken my brother to a friend's house, which is why she hadn't answered the phone when I called. She'd been driving. I spent the night barricading the doors and windows and begging her to leave, just leave. She baked me some cookies. Her face was blue and purple from her husband's last visit. She said my brother had tried to protect her and he didn't look so great either. I said I'd kill her husband. She said she knew and so did he, which is why he left when they called me. I feel
got
like
a
I should
question,
mention
Nick?
I'm a chick, and he was a good foot taller than me and easily 50 pounds heavier, but I would have killed him. In the morning, I had to leave early to be at PT for ROTC at 5:30 a.m. I had maybe 45 minutes of sleep where my mom had asked me to stay on the living room floor outside the master bedroom. I lost it at PT and then again in my weekly meeting with my athletics advisor. My ROTC instructors and my athletic advisor were horrified. We got a restraining order that day against my mom's husband. He couldn't come on campus. I wasn't allowed to walk on campus alone. My roommates got extra security. A few weeks later, my mom's husband tried to kill her on my 19th birthday. He was in his car and he'd thrown her a phone, which she was using to dial 911 on the passenger seat. She'd reached in to
Man,
get
where
it
is
and
this
grabbed
story
her arm
going?
and held her while he reversed out of the driveway and dragged her down the alley. He let go and her head slammed against the ground. She had a concussion. He tried to back over her, but she screamed and rolled away. He ran over her foot and hand. Our neighbor came out of the house and screamed, which scared
How
him
many
away.
accounts do you have,
My mother
level
and
400?
I went into
Just
hiding
2.
that night. Being on those
Just
stairs saved
my main
family
account,
was
which
good,
is
and I was
on the
also
left
about to
over
die.
here, and
It was
then
the
my challenge
scariest moment of
account,
my life. And
which
having
is
someone bang
the
on
one that
door
you're
and
seeing
not
on the big
answer
screen.
when I'm screaming at them, having to open it thinking it was a killer on the other side. Creepiest thing ever. Number 2. I was born and raised in North Dakota.
I don't like that
Back
picture
when I was
either.
in high school, a group of us would research murders that occurred out in the country. We would then go out and find the scenes and film the exploration at night. This was about 2 years before the Blair Witch. It was something to
What's
do
your
while
opinion
we
on
got
the
wasted
remake
on
of,
shitty beer and teenage bullshit. Eventually, we ran out of places
that
to go and
Backyard
got really good at
Games?
finding abandoned rural
I-
farmsteads by
This
driving
is the
dirt
first
roads
time
and
hearing
looking for the
about it.
signs.
I didn't know they were
Roads,
doing a
deliberate
remake.
tree groves, and old mailbox posts were common markers. We were out looking when we spotted
I
a
don't know,
tree
I don't-
grove that was out
I
of place and drove through the
can't
field
really
and
say.
discovered an old house. It had padlocks on the outside doors that were knocked off pretty easily. We dispatched of them and entered the kitchen. There were 6 of us, all with flashlights, and we lit up the kitchen dining area fairly easy. The table was the initial thing you noticed, and it was strange because of how normal it looked. It was set for a meal and not a bowl was out of place. Only thing was, we'd been in dozens of these houses and place settings were a first, especially on broken ones. As we investigated the area, we found the fridge had the disgusting remnants of a full stock and the cupboards were full of canned and dry foods. This was also a first. One guy found mail on the counter from early June 1978 and the other found a creepy ass TV guide in the living room with UFOs on the cover. All the family photos were hanging up. Mom, dad, bro, and sis in their 1970s glory. Furniture was dusty but in good condition. Closets were full. Everything
Try
was
to
totally
process
normal,
this story.
which was
Hold on.
super abnormal. As we dug around the house, we started to realize that the house had not been moved out of. It has been straight up.
I saw these two shorts about
Imagine
them. I'll
locking
have
the
to
door
check
to
it
your
out
house and
later.
never coming back.
But
That's
I'll
the
let you
state this
know
house was in.
what I
Complete
think of it
unplanned
once
departure.
I
We went upstairs and split into three
once I
pairs
see
to
it.
check out the 3 rooms. Ours was the closest, and obviously it was the younger boy's room. I can't describe what it looked like too well because almost right away from the hall we heard the most fucking terrifying scream I'd ever had the misfortune of hearing. We went running into the hallway and we were all yelling questions at each other at the same time. After a few seconds, the 2 screamers caught their breath and said, "You have to go in and see." Walking down the hall and through the doorway, I prayed I wouldn't act like a pussy in front of my friends. I shouldn't have been concerned because the others were just as scared as I was. The room itself opened to the left of the door frame, and centered on the right side of the room was a queenish sized bed, propped up on pillows with all the blankets drawn to the waist, arms on the top of the blanket, and worst of all, head turned slightly so I was looking at you straight in the eyes when you entered the room.
Oh,
was a
God.
life-size porcelain doll. Snow white skin, jet black hair, cold dead eyes. The dead eyes lit up with our flashlights, like she was waiting for us. If the head hadn't been turned, I could excuse it, but it was turned. Ready for when we walked in. Ready for 20 years. Hasty fucking exits were made as we moved down the stairs and got into the car. It was during the ride we started to get even more creeped out when we realized that even though the house had been abandoned, someone had taken the time to set up that goddamn doll. Not
Yeah.
packing food, clothes, or family photos. Setting up the doll was one of the last things done in this house. We researched their names but got nothing. No tragic car accident, no grisly massacre, no extended family, just a tacky time capsule in the middle of nowhere. We found out that the county had taken possession of the land for non-payment of taxes, explaining the locks, but never tracked down any more information on what happened to them, or why they left that fucking doll. Number 1. A few years
Dude,
back I rented an apartment
stop.
from a friend of mine. He had recently
I'm
bought
putting
it
these
and
pictures
had it
up there.
completely renovated. He put it up for sale but couldn't find a buyer, so I offered to rent it in the meantime. After moving in, I realized that there was something wrong with the lady next door. She was about 45 but looked much older. She would sit up all night listening to Christian radio shows and talking loudly to someone. It got to the point where I couldn't sleep, so I went over to her place and asked her to keep it down. She opened the door and I got a quick peek. Her walls had crosses painted all over them in different colors, and words like Jesus and angel scribbled everywhere. The windows were painted black, letting no light in at all. It was damp, yellow-stained 50-year-old carpets, dog shit and cockroaches everywhere. No dog though.
Okay.
I asked her to keep it down. She just looked at me and shut the door, then she turned up the radio even louder. The next night I had my girlfriend staying over. I wake up in the middle of the night and see a shadow of a person next to the bed looking at us sleeping. I think I'm hallucinating this, as I usually do.
I don't know
in
if
the
I can
dark when I'm
play that,
sleepy.
Nick.
But then the shadow
Might be
starts talking.
copyright.
It's my neighbor, and she's
I wanna
holding something in her
avoid
hand. She
copyright
broke
if
in
I
during
can
the night,
from, like,
and who knows how long she stood there.
from
You
TV
should lock your
shows,
doors at
so
night, she said,
I
and
might have
walks
to
out.
skip
The
that one.
next morning, I hear someone making strange noises below my bedroom window. It's my neighbor talking to herself in tongue. She has a plastic bag in her hand with a rotting dead dog inside. It's hot as hell outside, and I can smell death from the bag. At this point, I'm scared shitless. She's obviously very insane. I go upstairs and knock on another person's door and ask what the hell is going on. The guy's just as scared as me. Apparently, she broke into the apartment one evening as well while he was watching TV with his kids. He got up from the couch to get a snack, only to find her behind the couch staring at him holding a power drill. Now I know what was in her hand. At this stage, I'm basically pooping myself. I call the cops and they know about her. Apparently she is a violent schizophrenic and she hasn't taken her meds, but they can't force her or enter her apartment without her permission because she owns it. The only thing they can do is get her when she goes outside. I sit up for the next 2 days waiting for her to run out of cigarettes. When I hear her leave at 2 a.m. to go across the road to the 7-Eleven, I call the cops. They have 3 cars in a special van over in less than 2 minutes. They
Wow.
restrain her, throw her in the van, and drive off to some institution. And in less than a minute, it's like she was never there. I never see her again. Still have nightmares about her looking at me in my sleep. Got an idea for a talk?
Man, dude, that is nuts. Thanks for the video, Michio. I don't know how to feel, man. Yeah. Alright. Next video.
I've never
Oh, damn. Video got paused.
vaped in my life, I swear.
No.
Hey, may Zeus himself strike me down if I'm lying.
Dang.
Hey, didn't strike me though.
Come on, man. Man. There's way worse. I think. I don't know if I want to get into that territory, BG.
I got assaulted in my own home in online Zoom classes.
Are you a guy, Jared? Hello, Jared. You want to put your camera on your movie? Yeah, then leave that one out. Let's get rid of this stuff.
Yo!
Oh my god, how are you? See everybody?
I don't know. I don't know why they do this to Zoom classes, man. People are just trying to get their they're just trying to get their education. And you have people like this. You request YouTube videos? Only mods can.
Do you know how to mute people? I can't mute people. That's very exciting.
Ah, copyright. Dude, I had to skip that video very fast. As soon as the song came on, I had to skip that. We are trying to avoid copyright here. Look at that. I'm pretty sure YouTube will probably catch that. It only played for about 2 or 3 seconds, but YouTube will catch that. That's how fast our system is. As long as our stream doesn't get blocked, that's the only thing I really am concerned about. Because there was that one time where we were watching Hell's Kitchen, and YouTube was like, no, you cannot be watching Hell's Kitchen here. And they didn't like, they basically said, if you don't stop watching Hell's Kitchen, we're gonna block your stream. And what it means by block your stream is like, they basically make it so that you can't watch the stream. Like, you guys, as the viewers, can't watch the stream. Like, there's just a black screen that says stream is blocked. So, after that incident, I'm getting very cautious on what videos I'm showing. Preferably, the videos that I'm showing either have to be made, like, they have to be made by a YouTuber, or a TikToker, or something that's like not from a TV show. So like, we're avoiding any TV shows, we're avoiding any reality shows, like anything of that sort we're not watching, because at any point, you know, YouTube could end up just blocking my stream. So I'm trying to be as cautious as I can be. So yeah. By the way, BGM, do you still have your media share on your channel? I don't know. I just haven't seen you use it in a while. Oh, what happened? No, we're flying. No. Okay, I hate when this happens with the radioactive. There's nothing I can really do. Because, like, this is the way that the radioactive is set up. It makes it very difficult to deal with. So the only way to deal with this is if I kind of do it like this. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Okay. By the way, BGM, do you plan on turning memberships like on for your channel? I'm just curious. Whoa. BGM, who built this map, by the way? I'm curious. Calm time. Old Disney sound effect cartoons. Can I watch that? Dang, dude, Disney is very it's very strict about their stuff. Okay, let me see. What is this about? Oh, okay, I see. I see what this is about. See, like, things like this, like sound design, is very creative. Because I mean, like these sound designers have to go through things like this to make the sound, and you know, and like this is stuff that you had to do back in the day. Because remember, you know, like you don't have like those you don't have the technologies that we have now. So the only way to make the sounds were to do things like this. And you know what? That's why, you know, that's why they're big brain. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright. Phew, alright, we went through all the videos. Our queue is cleared through. Oh man. I don't think I have any new videos that I discovered recently. Order again. Preferably something shorter this time, BGM. I don't want to go through another like 20-minute thing. It's a bit long. Have I gotten anything from Waiter? Oh, still no drops. I did get Butcher's Glory here, but I want the armor. By the way, if anyone in the chat is trading the armor for, and you want Butcher's Glory, I'll do that trade. I do want the armor from Waiter. Albert rips his tail. I think I know what this video is about. I've seen this. I've seen this very moment. Hold on. I remember this in one of his videos. Yeah, I remember this.
Chuck E. Cheese tail.
I returned.
Okay, so
Welcome back, Lone.
Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, I remember this moment. This is a legendary moment. I still think about this clip to this day.
Guys, my tail! My tail! My tail! What is left of me? My tail came off. I didn't. My tail! Guys, you know, everyone's always saying, hey, don't touch my tail. But sometimes you just touch your own tail, and then look what happens. I don't know what to do. Who am I without my tail? No! All the fuzz is coming out. This is the worst. I've had bad days. I've had ups and downs throughout my life. This is the worst day I've ever had.
Oh man, I feel for Albert. I went through those days before. Oh man. Alright, something about this title. Better not be like a sus video.
Yep, you read that title right. I too have officially joined the roster of the Diddy Party. Now, after much anticipation, you can now choose me as your character in Super Smash Bros. Keto Edition to fight Ava Chris Tyson and Dr. Disrespect. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of takesy backsies.
Welcome to the stream, RJ.
And a lot of you are going to be angry with me, and for good reason. This is as sad as Anakin Skywalker turning to the dark side, except instead of killing underage kids, I'm messaging them. It's just not a good situation at all. No bueno. And I am taking full responsibility for my actions. Sadly, this was not a misinput. Definitely a whoopsie daisy
Not a
on my
misin.
part, and I sincerely apologize. But since I'm monotone internet Jesus with the nonchalant personality that everyone loves, I'm sure you guys will forgive me. That's about it. See ya.
You know, he probably, like, Maybe. I could imagine it happening. Whatever. Is there an update coming soon? Tomorrow. What is this? Mouseman Jeff incident?
I'm you now, and I'm going to ruin your life. Okay. I'm going to slander you. Hey, it's me, Mouseman Jeff, and I'm going to set the adoption center on fire. And you're watching the Disney Channel, and you're watching Mouseman Jeff. I'm Mouseman Jeff, and I'm going to kill my wife. What? Just follow me. Hey, I'm Mouseman Jeff, and you're the ugliest woman here, and you're watching Mouseman Jeff. Hi, brother. I'm Mouseman Jeff. I like you. Mike! Well, it's no longer his brother. What? I'm Mouseman Jeff. Hey, Super, it's me, Mouseman Jeff. I have a crush on you. No, me! See? He loves me back. I'm Slenderman. And I'm Mouseman Jeff, and I like you. Wait, why am I so much taller than him? I'm literally double his size. I am the superior Mouseman Jeff. Watch as I ruin you. Hey, Jack, you like her? Her right there? Nah, no car for you, noob. Alright, I'm just removing his limbs in the name of Mouseman Jeff. You are
BGM, didn't you have an idea to do this, right? Like, where you would just troll people in Swordburst with your,
I made
like...
him say this right here. Nah,
I don't know, I remember
that's
you mentioning something
Jeff.
about this on your
Shut
stream
up,
where you would just
Mouseman
go
Jeff,
into
just for a
random
second.
servers,
You
just start
made
messing with
Jack
people.
leave. My plan is coming to fruition. You are me, the better version of you. See that woman over there?
I'll answer your question in a bit, Danmini.
Does he actually think this
I-
is
like-
like
wait,
a, like,
damn it,
like an
are you in
extension of
the, like,
himself,
Swordburst
he's
2
going through,
server?
a
Like, the
paranormal
Discord server?
experience right
That-
now?
That's the most ideal place to
You're me.
to find the
You're
update.
me.
Specifically the
Alright,
contributor
next thing I want
server.
to do is I want to become someone's mother. Well, I want to steal a mother's identity and ruin her relationship with her child. Is there other Mouseman Jeff? I'm literally gonna freak this guy out forever. One sec. Are you Mouseman Jeff? He's talking to himself. We are Mouseman Jeff.
I'm on any of those servers.
I
You
muted
should join it.
everybody just so I can do that. Everybody
if you-
besides
if you
Mouseman
want
Jeff.
to,
He
'cause
hasn't talked or moved.
if you wanna
in a
stay
little
up to
bit.
date with,
I'm
like,
starting to get a little bit
the,
concerned.
the Swordburst 2
Is anything
updates,
in there? He
then
left. Why'd he leave?
it's the best way to
Oh yeah, I have everybody
to receive
muted.
them in real
You will
time,
chant one last time
or at
for
least like
him.
receive information
Oh,
about them in real
Mouseman
time. I don't know. I don't know if my message got through there. Albert is a bit loud. Do you know where I can find any links to them? I could link an invite over there, or you could use that. What loan provided right there, .gg, yeah, discord.gg/sb2 contributor. You just put that into your browser, and then it'll auto direct you to Discord, and then you can just join it from there. Oh wait, yeah, I'm sorry. I got distracted. Forgot to push the videos. Alright, what is this? Whenever Lone and BGM put videos up, I just don't know what to expect. Just some random stuff comes up. Let's hope this doesn't get me copyrighted. Nice. What happened here, man? What incident?
Hey, I see you. I came back over here for you. You're going to listen to the truth. You're not going to run from the truth, lady. Haka, I don't like you. How do you know my name?
Oh yeah, I remember this
I am
very
tracking
moment.
you down. Just kidding. Stop! Yeah, I'm sorry, just kidding. Stop! I said stop. You never know my neighbor's name. You noob. I don't even care you getting me my hair messed up and getting my brain. Noob! She sent me a friend request. Okay. Yeah, she probably hates Roblox now. Who are you? How do you know my name? I am your dad. You make me sad. How do you know my
Robux.
You're a hacker. How do you know my name? That's actually my name. I'm a hacker for. I'm a hacker for. Tell me, how do you know my name? I am a hacker, and I'm your dad. Oh yeah, in a box.
What do you?
What does that mean? Oh man. Dude, people on Roblox, man. I go now? Alright.
Could someone remove the feet from the guy
Have
in
fun
the stall,
updating.
please?
Dang. Dude, I wish I had these Photoshop skills. Nice. What is this? What's going on?
Hi. Want to be friends? Yes. Me like friends.
Me too. I like you, friend. One plump one around.
Hey, friend. Yeah. Do you like my Sonic rings?
I imagine
Oh,
this is
those
what it's
Sonic
like in
rings?
games like
I looked
Brookhaven
into
or
this
just any
guy
roleplay
and,
game on
his
Roblox.
profile. These are Sonic rings, not earrings. Get it right. He's extremely insecure about them. I'm gonna give him a mental breakdown. I will literally put tape over this guy's mouth and call them Sonic or earrings. I have a message from him. Okay. Do it. Call it earrings. Your saw rings are awesome.
Call them earrings!
Oh my god. They're called earrings, bud. Oh no. He did it. No, they're Sonic rings. Alright, this guy doesn't speak English, so I'm just gonna mute him and then make him talk. No, earrings. No, they're Sonic rings. Those are earrings, idiot. I made him say that. No, they just look like earrings. They're actually Sonic rings. Alright, time to
Why
give
does
this
he-
guy the
why does he
worst
spell
panic
it like
attack
that,
he's ever
though?
had in his entire life. Earrings! 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 Everybody is saying earrings. No! The Sonic rings! Get it right! Earrings! 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 Earrings!
Oh,
The
God.
Sonic rings! Shut up! Your life will become completely miserable. You will never forget this day. Stop! Earrings! 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 Shut up! Oh god. Earrings! Earrings! I will kill you all! This is harassment. I will report all of you. Earrings! 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 Stop! This is his biggest nightmare.
Dude,
just
he's
coming to
ruining
life.
this guy's day.
Earrings. La la la! I can't hear you! My Sonic rings are too big!
Oh man. I can't. I don't know what to say. What am I watching? That's a good question. You know, at this point, we're watching whatever, man. I don't know. Think I should go? Alright, Sean. Thanks for tuning in. I'll catch you later. Alright. Okay, what to do now? Any ideas, BGM? I've just been farming for this for the last hour and a half. No drops. You know, I appreciate the, I'm assuming the 6 of you that said yes to getting a Star Cutter or Sophus today. I do appreciate the encouragement. I will try. Let's hope we do. If it, just as a reminder, if we do end up getting Star Cutter, we go to Atheon. If we end up getting Sophus, we have to go to Unborn to grab Susawano so that we can make the onslaught. So whatever weapon we get here will depend on what's next. And I'll probably be back tomorrow again. Like, I'm used to doing Saturday streams at this point because I just want to finish this challenge. So assuming that we get Star Cutter today and then we go to Atheon, then, you know, if we get Meteor Shot, then we go to the Glutton's Lair, and then from the Glutton's Lair we go to we go back to Helmfirth to make the tier 3, and then from the tier 3 we shift over to floor 8 to get the healing skill, and then once we do all that, it should be over. If we do that before the update hits on Saturday, then we don't have to continue the challenge. It's over. But assuming that we don't make it, we're gonna have to also get the other skill as well, because there's another skill, the movement skill, that that Venix showcased a couple of days ago. I think it's been a couple weeks now, actually. We'll have to get those eventually, but I don't know. We'll try our best though. But I mean, we're not gonna get anywhere if we don't get this the Star Cutter. You know? Logically, we should be able to get, like, well, okay. Okay, here's a fun question. I'm gonna end this poll and then make a new one. Which will happen first? Is it called Kitchen Cal? Is it the Kitchen Cavalry? Okay. Alright, so which the Kitchen Cavalry? Make sure I spell this right. I'll just say Kitchen Cavalry, because otherwise the thing is too long. Or okay. New poll. You guys can vote on that. So I think that would be an interesting competition. In terms of just like numbers on their own, Kitchen Cavalry is most likely to come first because it is 1 in 800. As you can see here, 1 in 800. But there's 3 drops that you can get from the waiter. So, yeah. Versus the Star Cutter, which is a 1 in 1000, but there's only 2 drops that you can get from, or 2 like weapon drops that you can get from the radioactive. So it could be either one. I was just in a server looking to see if there was anything, if there was going to be a new level cap, but it doesn't say anything about one. Do you know anything about a new level cap? I don't think so. I think the level cap will stay at 400 for a while. I don't see them necessarily increasing that, unless I'm wrong, but I'll have to reread the update. That's the update notes that they posted. But I don't think so. Holding still. Almost there. And got it. 12.5k. Let me check the update notes here. So they said let's see. Yeah, it doesn't seem like anything about a level cap, just more about like vel cap is going up, animation packs, new drops, new merchant shop items, yeah, stuff like that. But I don't see anything about a new level cap. The update will just be the new merchant. It's a few things. Like if you go into the contributor server and go into game announcements, that's where you'll see all of the updates. So new merchant, they're keeping the 2x Vel, rapier animation, idol will be remade. They're changing the chef's accessory to match other animation class. New movement skill. Yeah, new batch for merchant. Vel cap goes up to 400. New body aura chest. Spear animation pack 50/50 to come out, so it may or may not come out. New drops on 12.5. A free sword that you can get for 1 Vel. And mobile fixes and stuff. So yeah, that's basically what's happening. Dang, okay, he glitched out again. What time he does this? Okay, and there. 4.9. See if I can move Justin back to the center here. Because being at an angle makes it a bit difficult to... There we go, yeah. There we go, that should be good. Yeah, because at an angle like this, it's difficult. You make sure that he's in the center. Alright, so the vote, let's see, 2 votes so far, 50-50 between Kitchen Cavalry and Starcutter. Guess we'll see. If I get Kitchen Cavalry, I'm gonna upgrade that right away as soon as I get it on my main, because it is better than Conqueror's Wish. It's not better by too much. Because Kitchen Cavalry is 582, Conqueror's Wish. Conqueror's Wish is 552. So it's about 30,000 more. But that 30,000 can make it can make a difference. Depending on, you know, certain bosses and enemies and such. I like to just have as much defense as I can, which is one of the reasons why I tried to get the Chaos Bringer, but I didn't end up getting it, unfortunately. There we go, 12.6. Curious on what these other items that are going to be added soon are. I mean, because right now, I mean, if you take a look at the drops, there's not much. You know, Ramses only has 2 drops. Waiter only has 3 drops, and I think Meatball only has 1 drop right now, so not much to really go off of. So I'm excited to see what these new drops are going to be. Of course, adding more drops makes it harder to get the previous drop. So for example, like if Waiter gets 5 drops instead of 3, it's going to make it harder to get the Kitchen Cavalry. So that's the only thing that I would find troubling. But we'll do our best. Because the more items that can drop from a particular enemy, the more likely it is to not be the item that you want. Because there's so much that can happen. For example, if you guys remember, if you were here for the Mortis streams, we were trying to get Requiem, but we ended up getting pretty much every other item before Requiem. So that's one of the prime examples of too many items making it difficult to get like the item that you want. But it shouldn't be too bad. 5 items is not that outrageous. Even then, you know, I'm still doing a 50-50 here between the Sylphus and the Starcutter. And hopefully we can win that 50-50 to get Starcutter so we can just move on. But we'll have to see. Or maybe we just won't get anything at all. That could also be a possibility. Right now we have a total of 276 kills on Radioactive. We're going to end up hitting 300 probably in the next hour or half hour from now. We are closing up on the first half of the stream, then we'll have to go another 2, and we'll see what happens then. The first half of the stream was pretty exciting. You know, thank you to BGM and Lone for requesting videos. It's always fun to have. Oh, and Nick as well. Even though we didn't play Nick's video because I was a bit skeptical on the copyright on that one. It's always fun to have videos being played. We get to watch and enjoy some content. Alright, 3 votes. 2 votes on Starcutter, 1 vote on Kitchen Cavalry. Alright. Let's hope it is Starcutter. I'm more lenient towards the challenge account because I mean we need to finish this challenge. It's almost halfway through August, so I don't know how much longer we're going to go on with this challenge, but let's hope that we can finish it soon. Check one thing though before I continue, and that's the spawn time. Waiter takes 90 seconds to spawn, which is 1 minute and 30 seconds. Same thing with the radioactive. Radioactive spawns in the same exact amount of time. 1 minute and 30 seconds. So they're pretty even in terms of their spawn time. It just depends on which one decides to drop first. Though I do like the kitchen cavalry armor. I mean, look, it's a chef's outfit. What do you expect? But you know, chef's outfits actually look pretty cool. It's basically a chef's outfit with like some extra details added to it. I think let me look up the image here for it. Yeah, so it has like on the right arm it has like some extra like layer to it. And like the front of it's like the chef's outfit. It has like a black and white kind of design. Looks pretty nice. It would work for some character designs. It wouldn't work for mine though. Because I mean my character has a pink theme to it, so the white wouldn't really go too well. Or at least like the full chef's outfit. Here we go, it spawned again. Alright, as long as I can manage positioning well here, for example, like making sure that Justin's avatar here stays like within the center, then we should be fine. Also, I do this thing where you guys can see here where I do this kind of back rolling. This is just to make it so I can set up for the next roll. Or it makes rolling go by a lot faster. Because, you know, otherwise you would roll, step back, and then you would have to do it again. So just try to keep it like that. Alright. I will be right back though. Okay. I almost died. Actually, like, right here is not too bad. If he pushes us into this wall right here, I mean, you can see here, if I try to back up against the wall, it can't push up. Unless, of course, you start jumping, I think. But pushing against this wall is fine. So, maybe... Maybe this should be fine. For us, at least. And Waiter just... whatever. Waiter's plate is all the way over here, though. That's what I always find funny about the animation there. Wonder what the next idea will be. So we've seen a kind of cherry blossom sakura floor in Eternal Garden. We've seen some kind of food related, kitchen related floor here on Glenn's Lair, so curious as to what the next one will be. In terms of our EXP, or not EXP, Val, we're up to 50 mil, which is not too great. I mean, it's still a pretty slow rate, but I guess it works. Alright, looks like we have 4 votes. 3 of the votes going to Starcutter, 1 of the votes going to Kitchen Cavalry. Alright. Well, it seems like most of you guys want me to finish this challenge, and I will try to make that happen, but I can't really guarantee it. Unless we get this drop. I mean, we're 200 in now. Yeah, this is not too bad. It works. The spot works because it lets us still hit him, but it doesn't necessarily push us into a position where he can get on top of us. Because that's the problem with going in that direction, since this part of the hill, or this part of the pit, is much more steep. So because it's more steep, it makes it easier to like stay next to him, versus this part of the hill, which is a lot more it's a lot easier to climb up, and this makes it so that you can push us out, and then that makes the positioning much more difficult to deal with. So you just fight him against this wall. You can pretty much just hit him without him pushing you away. It's not a permanent AFK spot, because again, like, you know, radioactive can push you anywhere. So for example, eventually he might push you all the way over here, and then you'd be in trouble. But or he can push you over here, and then it would be just as bad. But just maintaining your position here would be fine. Just do some adjustments here. Yeah, see, this part right here you cannot back up into, and jumping also doesn't work. This spot though, yeah, can. Let me, there we go. Jump back. Here. I just don't want to get him up here, because this could be a problem if the radioactive gets to this spot. So you have to keep him against this wall. Oh, here we go. Spawned. Yo. We're going on a ride. That's cool. Alright, well, I didn't expect that one to happen, but you know, it works. I managed to get him on top of the radioactive there. That was nice. Not bad. I could request something? If you want to, BGM, go for it. We are at 2 hours now, so we're halfway through the stream. Still no drops from either my main account or my challenge account. I'm surprised that this server has lasted this long, by the way. Like, waiter servers, at least from my experience over these last couple of days, don't usually last this long. Eventually people just disperse, but we're still here. I keep pressing the Z button on my challenge account thinking that Meteor Shot will come out, and I remember that I don't have Meteor Shot on this on this account yet. I am taking damage on the waiter, should be fine. We can take a couple hits. There we go, easy. 39,000 bell every 1 minute. Every 1 minute and 30 seconds. Right now, I'm just gonna farm here to try to get Kitchen Cavalry. Once I get Kitchen Cavalry, there's not really any reason for me to keep farming the waiter. At that point, I would probably just look for an AFK spot with a spot in another server so I can get some more Vel. Because the biggest problem right now is just getting Vel. The spots on the Glun's Lair change all the time. Every time I join into a new Glun's Lair server, there's always like at least a new spot that people use to AFK grind. So the ones that I've seen so far are in the dining room. There's also ones where the rats are. Like there's like 2 different areas where the rats are. There are some at the waiter. For example, like sometimes people AFK here at the waiter, or they AFK underneath the table right here. So there's been a lot of different AFK spots on Glun's Lair, but I don't think there's necessarily been a confirmed like place yet. Like there's not a universal place that people go to. That's what I'm trying to say. Very true. Freaky pizza delivery stores. Okay. I feel for pizza delivery workers sometimes. I mean, those guys go through everything. Customers, rude customers. You know, they have to drive everywhere. And then, of course, you get these horror stories.
I'll never forget this night. The pizza place I worked at was about to close, and I was getting ready to go home when the phone rang. I was working the counter alone that night, so I was taking calls. I picked up the phone. There was complete silence, so I hung up. About a minute later, the phone rings again, so I pick up again. Still silence. I was about to hang up again when I heard the very weak and cold voice of an old woman on the other end. She said she wanted a regular pie delivered. I remained polite on the phone, but on the inside I was screaming. I just wanted to get home and end my shift.
I remember watching this video.
I called out to my boss that somebody was requesting a delivery. He told me I had to go.
But
I was upset at first, but
like
I realized it's another tip.
3 or 4 years
the old
since I
ones usually
watched it.
tip the most, so I decided it was okay. I took down the address and told her it would be there soon, but she had already hung up. I thought that was rude, but I ignored it and yelled to the chef that I needed one regular. My boss told me to just go home after the delivery as the place would be closed. So
You're
a little before
overriding
10
him, let's
o'clock,
go.
I got in my car and put the address into my GPS. The house was 7 miles away. The GPS took me to the quiet side of town. I arrived to the house. It was a small, 1-floor house in a very quiet and empty block. I took the pizza and walked up to the door and rang the doorbell. There were no lights on in the house. I hoped that she hadn't given me the wrong address. I rang the doorbell again. There was still no answer. I was about to give up when I turned my head and saw somebody standing at the window. I got a little freaked out and backed up at first, but I eventually got closer to the window to see the person. It was an old woman, probably in her late 70s. She was just staring at me with a blank expression.
Yeah, it's very
I yelled to her through the glass that I had
creepy
the
when
pizza.
like people look at you from
She
inside their
didn't
house
react
through
to what
like
I
the
said,
blinds. They just
so I
stare at
screamed it
you.
louder.
Don't say anything.
A
They just
big
stare at you.
smile
That's-
ran across her face.
that's
Not a
yikes.
pleasant, genuine smile. It was a smile that sent chills down my spine.
Yeah.
I still remember that exact face she made through the window. I decided that I was freaked out enough and got back to my car and set the pizza in the passenger seat. I had to text my boss about this. I shot him a quick text and started my car, ready to get the hell away. I looked to my right to get one more look, to see the woman standing right outside my passenger side window, giving me the same stare she had given me before.
See, this is what I was wondering
put my
about when I
car in
originally
drive and
watched the
floored it down
Walmart
street,
video.
not looking back. My boss never made me do a
Like,
late night
how
delivery again.
did she get there that fast? You gonna do one more kill? All right. I'll switch servers after this and to see if I can find another radioactive server. But
This
thanks for
happened 4
helping,
years
Justin.
ago
I
when I
appreciate
was
it.
still in high school. I was told to do my last delivery of my shift. I got in my car, which was a 1999 Camry, perfect for delivering pizzas. I GPSed the address on my phone. I live upstate in the country, so all pizza deliveries were long drives. I remember the sun was starting to set, so it was probably around 7 o'clock. I'd say after a good 15 minutes of driving through the foresty dirt roads, my GPS said I had arrived. It was an old little cottage-like house made almost entirely of wood. It was sitting all by itself in the middle of absolutely nothing but forest. The lawn was completely unkept, as the grass was almost at knee height.
Good luck on the rest of
I
the
was
stream.
used
Thanks,
to
I
this kind
appreciate
of
it.
thing, so I didn't think
And
much
good
of
luck
it.
on your drops
I
as
took
well.
the pizza to the front door. There was no doorbell, so I knocked loudly on the door. Within 10 seconds, I heard the sound of footsteps hitting wood on the inside of the house. The footsteps made it to the door and stopped. I started to feel uneasy.
See,
I got the feeling that I
yeah,
was
like
being watched.
they go up to the door and
And
then they
that's when I
just
noticed
stop
there was a
walking,
peephole in the
and
door.
there's nothing else.
It's the pizza
That's
guy,
freaky.
I called out. I heard a low, harsh-sounding voice on the other side of the door, telling me to bring the pizza out back. I didn't like the idea of going back there. Something didn't seem right. Are you sure, sir? I called out. He didn't answer my question. The sound of footsteps didn't move away from the door, so I had the feeling he was still watching me. I almost found myself walking back to my car, but I decided I didn't want any trouble with my boss. The last time I brought a pizza back, he gave me attitude, so I reluctantly walked through the uncut grass and around the small house to the back. I remember there was a shed and a little patio back there. In the patio, there was a table with 4 chairs surrounding it. In one of the chairs, facing away from me, I saw the head of somebody sitting in the seat. I began walking over and said, "Excuse me," but the person didn't even move an inch. "Excuse me," I said again louder. Then from behind me, I heard, "Psst, over here." I turned around to see a man poking his head out from the corner of the house, looking at me with a crazed smile. "Come over here, I want to show you something." I freaked out, turned around, and ran around the house in the opposite direction,
That's a good
back to
decision.
my car, for
Yep.
some reason still holding the pizza. I got in my car, started it, and got away from there. On my way back to the pizzeria, I pulled over to the side of the road and called the police. Eventually, I was informed that there was no sign of anybody having been in that house for a long time. I quit my delivery job a few days after that. I have no idea what would have happened to me had I gone up to that man, but to this day, I still wish I had just turned my head to see who or what was sitting in that patio chair.
Yeah. I mean, you know, he made the right choice there, going back to his
I was
car.
doing late night deliveries during this particular shift. When I worked this job, I lived in the Poconos. It was very rural up there. I often found myself driving down roads surrounded by nothing but trees, just like this night. Only it was dark and foggy this time. Driving down a shortcut to town that I had taken many times before, I slam on the brakes when I see somebody jump out from the bushes onto the road. The sickening bump and thump from the front of the car confirmed that I had hit the person. I put my hand to my
Yikes.
forehead, cursing to myself. I couldn't believe what just happened. I just hit a person. I got out of my car and checked to see if they were alright. It was a man wearing a black hoodie with the hood up. He lay motionless by my car tire. I had no idea what to do.
He's gonna
At this
slash
point, I
that
was
tire.
panicking. Why the hell was this guy in the middle of nowhere? Why did he jump in front of my car? And then
No one
things
hears
got
that
weirder.
radioactive either.
I can hear a scream. a scream for help coming from the woods to the left of me. Somebody was in trouble. I looked at the man I hit with my car. He was still on the ground, motionless. I'd only be gone for a minute, I figured. For whatever stupid reason, I thought it was okay to leave the man behind, to go into the woods. I moved in the direction I heard the scream originally, hoping to hear another, but it was just total silence, except for the night creatures making their sounds. "Where are you?" I yelled out. It was at that moment I heard the sound of a foot crushing the leaves on the ground. I turned in the direction of the sound, and even in the dark and foggy weather, I could still make out the figure of somebody hiding behind a tree opposite me. I ran as fast as I could back to my car, looking back constantly to make sure I wasn't being followed. When I got back to my car, the man I had hit was gone. I didn't stick around to wonder where he went. I just got back in my car and proceeded down the road.
Yeah, just go.
My heart was racing the whole drive through, but I still ended up delivering the pizza. I got to the house, and when I rang the bell, a middle-aged woman answered. After paying, I noticed that her eyes focused on something behind me, and then she asked me, "They let you guys have delivery partners now?" I was confused and asked her what she meant, and she told me, "You got someone with you in your car."
That is.
I felt a pain in my stomach as I turned and saw somebody sitting in the backseat of my car.
Yikes.
I called the cops using the woman's phone, and they arrived shortly after, but the person in the backseat of my car was already gone. The scariest thing about this whole story, the police found a blood-stained knife on the floor of my car where the man was hiding. This memory still haunts me every day, and I can genuinely tell you, it's painfully scary just to imagine how things could have turned out if I hadn't made the delivery.
By the way, BGM, do you know where he's pulling these from? Are these like user like submitted, or is he pulling these from like Reddit or something? Both? Okay. Oh, it's a good video. Yep. Mr. Nightmare makes very good content. If you guys are into horror stories, particularly like, you know, things that actually happen, make sure to check out Mr. Nightmare. I mean, I'm pretty sure most of you guys know who he is. I mean, you don't need me to tell you that. Oh, nice. We have someone we have someone here. No way. Very rare to see people at radioactive nowadays. I'll grab the next radioactive, and then maybe I should grab the checkpoint as well. I mean, it doesn't hurt to grab it. I think we'll be fine though. Maybe? I don't know. Night shift stories? Okay. Yeah. Is one of them like the guy that ran down the stairs? remember. I don't know. Like I'm basically like I'm trying to remember like some of these stories based on what I watch on Lamar's. That's the reason why I'm like going through a thinking process right now. I don't like that start. Oh, man.
I was working the night shift at my local Waldbaum's back when it used to be open 24 hours a day. There would normally be less than 10 customers throughout my shift, but I wouldn't get to sit around and do nothing though. They wanted me to work on stock when I wasn't helping a customer. It was a bigger Waldbaum's, so oftentimes there may have been one other person in the building, whether it be someone working on stock or someone cleaning. This night, I was the only one working. I was working stock in the cereal aisle when I heard something fall over on the other side of the shelf in the next aisle over. I would always hear the door to the store sliding open. It was the loudest thing ever, so it kind of caught me off guard that there might have been a customer in the building. Of course, it wasn't weird. Yet. Not until I looked to my left and saw a man standing by the edge of the aisle, shooting me a blank stare. "Do you need something, sir?" I asked him. No. Could you just point me to the eggs?" he said. He wasn't normal looking. His face looked weird. Not exactly ugly, just unusual. Like his upper lip kind of came out too far. Almost like a Simpsons character. I was a bit uncomfortable that I had to deal with ringing him up. I hurried to finish the cereal aisle, and when I was done, I began to bring the U-boat cart to the back room. I was stopped halfway when the same guy cut me off through the middle section of the aisle. I want to note this guy was probably in his mid-30s, and at the time, I was only 22, though I looked much younger. The guy stopped me and started trying to make awkward small talk. He started by asking me my name, how old I was, if and where I went to school, and why I was doing the night shift. His questions started to get weirder when he asked me if I went to parties a lot and if I had a girlfriend. I told him I didn't,
Yeah,
and then
like,
he asked me if
getting
I've ever had a
personal
boyfriend
is
while putting his hand on my shoulder.
yeah,
I immediately started
strange.
walking away with the cart, but he followed me.
like making small
told him
talk
I
is
wasn't
not a
into
bad
whatever he
thing,
was
but
thinking
don't
about.
make it personal.
I went faster and faster until I finally made it to the back storage room. He didn't follow me in. I wasn't supposed to stay back there for extended periods of time to avoid customer theft. I decided it would be best to just wait for him by the register so that he would ring his stuff up and leave. But I waited there for at least 20 minutes. He never came. I decided he was gone, and whether he stole the eggs and something else, there wasn't anything I could do now. I had to go to the bathroom, so I took a quick jog to the back of the store and into the employee bathroom. Moments after sitting on the toilet, my heart dropped into my stomach as I heard the bathroom door open.
Oh man.
I choked the urge to say something. Something like, "You can't be in here." But I didn't want to give away my position. I lifted my leg so that I wouldn't be visible from under the stall. And what happened next was simply horrifying. I sat there for the longest time, looking at the floor, not moving a muscle. When I finally looked up, I could see an eye peering through the crack of the stall door.
Come on, man.
I screamed. I knew I was trapped. I knew I had one shot at making a move. I grabbed the box cutter in my pocket and began sliding it through the crack of the door, forcing him to move his eye away. I took that chance to slam the stall door open in his face and hightail it out of the bathroom and all the way out of the store. I called my boss at least 5 times before he finally picked up and explained everything. He told me to call the cops, and so I did. Of course, the man wasn't in the store anymore by the time the cops showed up. I only did the night shift twice after that, and luckily didn't see the man again.
That's dude.
I used to work the night shift at a gas station on the side of some highway in the country. From the hours of 12 a.m. to 6 a.m., the road was pretty dead. I would have maybe 1 or 2 people come in to pick cash in a whole night. It was a very boring and depressing job, especially doing the graveyard shift, but I had just finished college and I needed to pay off my loans. The only reason I kept this job was because my boss threw me an extra $5 an hour for doing the night shift.
Oh, nice.
On this one cold December night, I was doing my usual thing, reading the newspaper, playing games on my phone and whatnot, when I noticed the headlights of a car pulling off the highway into the parking lot. It was a red pickup truck. Somebody stepped out and shut the door. I went back to reading the paper as I saw that he was standing by the gas pump. I assumed he wasn't paying cash. I looked up a few moments later and saw that he was still standing in the same position, staring at the gas pump. I almost felt obligated to go out and help him. He was obviously confused. I felt a cold chill run up my spine as I saw the 6-foot-something tall man slowly turn his head to face me.
The slow turn is bad.
I couldn't make out any features of his face, but I knew he was staring at me. I tried to pretend I didn't notice by going back to reading the paper. Of course, I wasn't really reading now. I was a bit shaken by the guy out there. I just wanted him to pay debit or credit and leave. I looked up and gasped as the man was now much closer to the front door of the building.
Oh man.
It wouldn't have been so disturbing if it weren't for the fact that he wasn't moving. He was just standing still, as before, still looking in my direction. I walked over to the door to get a closer look. All I could see in his face was still blackness. I locked the door and flipped the open sign to closed on the door. I didn't care if this would possibly get me in trouble. I was not taking a chance because, quite frankly, I was scared shitless.
Yeah, I think what
I
he
walked
did
back behind the counter
is
and sat
a
down
good
on one of the
idea.
containers on the floor just so I couldn't see the man outside anymore. I stayed in that position for a good 5 minutes, texting every friend I have to see who was awake. I was desperate to tell somebody about this. When I finally got up to check that he was gone, I let out a full scream as the man was now right outside the door. I picked up the phone on the counter and called the police. The operator was reluctant to send somebody over because of the way I described the situation, but I persuaded them. I hid behind the counter, balled up like a child. I began to hear heavy thumps at the door, not innocent knocks to catch my attention. I mean thuds and thumps, trying to break down the door. And then eventually it finally stopped. I heard the sound of a car starting outside and then driving off. I looked outside and he was gone. A patrol cop along with a state trooper pulled into the parking lot. I reported the red pickup truck and told them which direction I thought he went in. I couldn't describe his face as all I saw was blackness. Of course, there wasn't much the police could do as the man didn't really do anything. I left that job a few months later to a job in the city. It was 2 years ago. I was called in to do the night shift, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. at 7-Eleven, since somebody called out. The store was located on a busy road in a rather quiet and rural area. During the night shift, you could expect anywhere from 10 to 20 people come in to buy a beer or something else. This one particular night, there was this one guy, mid-20s, that came in. He started making weird noises, like loud yelling noises. I assumed he had some kind of mental disability. In fact, my brother has a mental disability, so I immediately felt sympathy for the guy. He walked up to the counter without any items, with his head facing me, but his eyes were looking up at the ceiling. I felt uncomfortable. I honestly didn't know how to deal with it. I tried speaking with him, but he only responded in loud noises. I kept checking if he was with someone outside, but he was alone. There weren't any cars in the parking lot, so I assumed he walked. He stood there for so long, looking up at the ceiling and making noises, that I tried to get him out by handing him a bag of chips and telling him he can go. I tried finding some kind of number to call for someone to help him. Then, out of nowhere, he finally turned around and walked out of the store. I felt so horrible for the man. but at the same time, I felt a bit creeped out.
Yeah.
About an
I would
hour
be too.
later, the phone on the counter rang. I picked up to hear the familiar yelling sounds of the man from earlier. He caught me off guard.
Every
I
time he
didn't know
puts
what to
those
think, other
like
than this must
sudden
be some kind
noises,
of prank.
man, gets me every time.
I hung up on them and was now becoming paranoid of my surroundings, constantly checking the outside through the windows. Come 4 o'clock, the person working after me came in, finally allowing for me to go home. It wasn't my problem anymore. I got home and threw all my stuff on the table, ready to get to sleep. But my phone rang within a minute after entering the door. I felt a chill run down my spine. Why would someone be calling at 4 a.m.? I could only imagine it was bad news.
Yeah.
I braced myself and picked up the phone to hear the man again. I felt sick to my stomach as I listened to the loud noises he made. I struggled to slam the phone to the receiver. All night I felt like I was being watched, even with all the blinds shut. And I could swear I heard strange noises coming from all over my house. I refused to get any sleep until the sun came up. Weeks passed and I had forgotten about the incident, until one day, when going into the basement for the first time in a while, I found that papers had been scattered all over the floor, and when I went into the basement closet, I found writing on the walls. 7-Eleven had been written in Sharpie on the wall, along with the address to the 7-Eleven I worked at and my house address. The most disturbing part, I also found various kitchen knives along with a large pocket knife sitting in the closet. What started out as seemingly just an innocent person turning into something of a prank ultimately turned into something much more horrifying.
Yeah.
He had been living down there for God knows how long, and I'm just grateful that for whatever reason he changed his mind and left, because I haven't seen or heard from him since. All I can say is that man is dangerously ill. I've worked in the K-9 unit for 9 years, and I've worked my fair share of graveyard shifts. I've definitely come across weird things at night, but I'll never forget this one night. I worked with my dog Sammy, a German Shepherd. She was 2 years old at the time and was still kind of new to the job, just like me. I was driving down a road surrounded by crops when I spotted a suspicious-looking white van parked inside the crops. Both doors were open. I flashed my lights to try and draw out whoever was there. Nobody came out, so I parked and scanned the place out quickly. Nobody was in sight, so I took Sammy with me to track down the driver of the van. Sammy started going crazy when we reached the trunk of the van. She was pulling so hard she almost broke off the leash. I opened the trunk to the van, and a blast of foul air hit me in the face.
Oh no.
I almost passed out from the mix of the horrible smell and the
I think
pure
I know what
shock
this
of what I
is.
saw in the trunk. I counted 7 full body bags,
Oh,
each with a pair of
man,
feet
really?
sticking out at the bottom. I requested immediate backup with my radio. I heard the sound of a twig snapping nearby, and Sammy just lost it. I lost grip of the leash, and she took off into the crops. I pulled out my gun and followed the sounds of her barking. As each and every crop hit me in the face, I felt as if something would reach out and grab me. I stopped when I could no longer hear Sammy's barking. But as I stopped, the sounds of movement did not.
Oh,
I
man.
realized I heard movement in all directions. I had never experienced such fear in my life. I stood still as the movement around me stopped. And then, out of nowhere, I felt 2 arms wrap around my throat. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't fight. I was going to die. And then, I heard the sound of Sammy's bark, followed by the scream of the man choking me as Sammy bit down on his leg.
Let's go, Sammy.
The next thing I did is something that I still question if it was appropriate doing to this day. I turned around and pulled the trigger, killing the man. I grabbed Sammy by the leash and ran all the way back to the car.
Wow, massive server. Look
I
at
could
this.
tell people were following us from behind. I managed to make it to the car safely and drive a quarter mile down the road. I didn't stop to see which way they went. I didn't hold my ground. I fled like a coward. I cared much more about our lives than I did this job.
And
I'll still
that's a
say
fine
that today.
decision, you know.
But
Like,
it still
you know, he
pains me
shouldn't.
knowing how much of a
He
coward I
shouldn't.
was. Backup
like-
arrived shortly, but the van was gone. I even failed to get the plate number on dashcam video,
He shouldn't
or
like
even just writing
worry
it down.
about the situation, more of
This was
about his
within my
own like
first few
well-being.
months on the force,
And I think
but
he made
it
a
made
fine
me
decision.
feel like absolute shit for months to come. I, someone who was sworn to protect, let a van full of killers get away.
I know he feels guilty about it, but I mean, look, he tried the best that he could with what he had, and I think, you know, his decision to pull the trigger and everything, I think, you know, it was either him or them. So I don't know. Maybe I'm not qualified to speak on this, but that's what I think. I need to grab this here just in case I end up dying, because some of these players here have their PvP on, and like that's what I always am cautious about when I see big player groups, whether their PvP is on or not. Yes, some of them do have their PvP on, so I have to be more cautious and with my positioning. So that's why I'm grabbing this checkpoint, just to make sure that I have that intact. And the majority of players in this game have their PvP off, but I just have to be cautious and everything, so that's why. I'm only gonna jump in once the radioactive spawns in. After that, I'm just going to, before that, yeah, like I'm just gonna hang up here, or hang out up here, because if I go in there, I'm gonna get, I'm gonna take damage from whoever has their PvP on, so yeah. There's a lot of people like this is one of the rare servers that you'll find a lot of people farming the radioactive. That's not something that you see all the time. Radioactive. Okay. I have to make sure that my Source Storm chain is on. If I don't have it on, I'm probably not gonna get credit. I mean, because these guys are like, they're killing it pretty fast. How many kills do you have? Close to 300 probably. 294. 294 without any drops. No Sylphus or Star Cutter. Nothing on the main either. Alright, we have another hour and a half to go though, so let's hope we can get Star Cutter within this time. If we get Star Cutter now, then we can go. Then tomorrow we can head over to Atheon's Realm, get Meteor Shot, and then maybe have a chance at getting the skill from floor 8. That's our plan. Seems like... Okay, seems like the person who had their PvP on is gone now. This is what I'd like to think. Okay, 11,000. I can't be too sure. I'm gonna just stay here for a bit. Yeah, I'm only gonna swing once I have the once the radioactive spawns. No reason to swing yet. I don't want to take any risks here. Because sometimes PvP is conditional as well, where like, you know, for example, you have to hit someone first and then it'll trigger PvP. I don't want to fulfill that condition, so let's just be a bit cautious here. I guess we're lucky to find a server like this. It's not often that you'll find servers with a group of people farming radioactive like this. So I'll take what I can get. Alright, 5 more I'm gonna hit 300. And then, yeah, we'll probably hit 300 by like 245 or something. 245 or later. Because I know radioactive kills do take a while. It might be this. Should be fun. I farmed with this person before, Ruthless Luis. This is one of the players that I farmed with like 2 streams back. It was either last stream or 2 streams back. But I know they were, I know I was farming with them. Get out of there. It won't let me get out of the out from below. What's this? The Roblox chat. It's not Max, you never asked for Max, it doesn't matter. Thanks. Scammed it by, wow. I guess this is what the Swordburst community has turned into, man. I don't know what to say. Okay. I need to rewrite my description to make it more readable, because a lot of things in my description right now are not easy to read. It's just a bunch of words and links everywhere, but it's not organized properly. I'll have to rewrite some of it. I'll probably do it next stream for tomorrow. Rewrite it, make it easier. So I'll probably do what I did with my other videos, where I put like the bracket and then the name of whatever it is, like bracket or left bracket, social links, right bracket, and underneath I put like Discord, Roblox group, all of that, Roblox profile, and then after that, next group, maybe like a disclaimer, and then just put the disclaimer there. Yeah, subscriber goals after that, stuff like that. Makes it easier to read, and you know, whatever you need to find, it's just there. Just do nothing from waiter. Yeah, no drops. Closing in on our third hour here in the next 17 minutes. Bell count though, 43 mil. This challenge count has almost as much as I have on my main. Currently my main is sitting at 51.6. Frozen PBG rounds taste good. Wait, what are those, Nick? Oh, PBJ, okay. Actually, yeah, it does. I used to eat those PBJs from the brand Smuckers. I think that's the brand. It was like those rounds. I don't know how to exactly phrase it. It's like this kind of round pastry shaped, and then they put the PB and J inside of it. And yeah, that's what I ate in high school. Whenever I got hungry. They were called Uncrustables. Smuckers Uncrustables. That's the name of the thing. Never had a frozen one though. Well, you know, I guess it's the first time for everything. And if it's good, then you know it's good. you get any drops today, Nick? Because like I've been trying to get a drop from Wader for the last like 3 hours at this point, and nothing yet. Nope. Ah, man. Where is radioactive going? Just trying to get this kitchen cavalry armor. I don't know. I don't know if it's ever gonna drop. That's the only thing that I really want. Like, you know, I don't need the spear from Ramses. I don't need the ham. I don't need the butcher's glory. All I want is the armor. That's all I need. I didn't know that it worked like that. I don't know. You can kind of see the boom shock right through the squirrel suit. It's kind of funny. Oh, here we go. Here we go. $11,000. Are you still on the server with me? Yeah, you are actually. Nice. I guess we're all in the same boat here, Nick. You and I are struggling to get drops. I guess that's to be expected. I mean, Swordburst 2 is not an easy game when it comes to getting drops, especially if you look at the tribute drop rates and stuff. We can only get what we want if we keep trying. So, just have to keep farming. All we can really do. Oh, we're up to 300 now. There we go, 302 kills on radioactive with no drops yet. Who knows? It could be 400. Heard a notification drop on the main. I had to go check. It was just 2 normal drops. Curious on what the tribute was going to be when they add the tribute to the Glenn's lair. I'd love to see. I mean, what could the tribute be? It has to be a food or kitchen related item. What have we not seen yet? You know, hold on. Is there a cleaver like on the map? I know there's like the I forgot what it was called, the one from the Halloween event. Brutal Chopper. Brutal Chopper is a cleaver, but I want to see a cleaver for this map because I feel like that's what we're missing. I know we already have a lot of knives and stuff, but like maybe different types of knives would be cool. We only have so many knives though. $11,600. Still nothing on later. It's not cool not being able to get the drops that you need. I go through it a lot. After 1.4k kills on Hippogriff, I can visually say I have Mending Spirit and now I have PayPal. Nice, congratulations, Sturdy. That's probably gonna be me and over this next week. I mean, I'll have to get Mending Spirit on this account eventually, so if it's 1.4, then I guess we'll have to stick with it all the way. Hope you have better luck than me. I don't know. If anything, I'll probably have worse. I mean, you know, it took us 42 hours to get Requiem and 29 hours to get Summon Tree. So it can only get worse from here. And this skill, you know, Summon Tree was only a 1 in 400. That took 29 hours. Mending Spear is a 1 in 1000. So if you double that, you know, that's 58 hours. Yikes. I don't know what to say. It's a lot of time. But I'll stick with it. I'm going to see this challenge to the very end. I will complete this challenge. I'm not going to give up on it. Not so easily, at least. And I won't be bribed either. How many kills on radio? About 305. I won't be bribed for this challenge either. Like, for example, let's say like, you know, someone wants to give me like a rare tribute, and so, for me to quit this challenge. Even if that was the case, I still wouldn't do it. I'm committed to it. I mean, look, we've put 5 months into this challenge. I'm not going to throw away 5 months of effort for a weapon. 555? Maybe. Or for all I know, it can go up to 1,000. Yo, someone's selling Butcher's Glory and ham? That's awesome. Imagine someone hitting someone with the ham. That is very comical. I would love to to like Kill some of these, or just beat some of these enemies with like a sandwich. Imagine that. Using that sandwich as like a baseball bat. That's funny. Oh, that's meteor depths. Spoon doesn't feel special anymore because of the rip-off black one. I mean, you know, you have to put something in there. They have a lot of knives, spoon. They have a fork in there. That's cool. I'm trying to figure out what kitchen utensil I would want. I know I just said like meat cleaver a bit there, but I don't want to use a meat cleaver. If I had to use one kitchen utensil as a weapon, what would be a cool weapon? Got a fork as a tribute. Maybe. I mean, they already have a fork item on one of the enemies. I guess they could add another one, maybe. Yo. Show me the fork. It comes from the rat. Riding the subway in New York. Alright, I'll push the video right after this radio. That spoon is the plastic fast food one. Ah, okay. So is the tribute one like the spoon power? Is that like the metal one? Is that the real spoon? Oh, yo, it's Lennar. I've never been to New York, so can't really relate, but I heard people in New York can be a bit aggressive.
Everything's a fucking joke, huh? You don't even live in your own world. As I do. I know that tattoos aren't really tattoos. Because who really is biting the cracker? Not the cheeseburger, not the hit across the street. It's the plug in the hole in the socket. I went to the store yesterday. There was no goddamn relish. The fucking eye.
I've like seen some of these people that just talk to themselves, or like they act like they're talking to you, but they're just trying to vent, and I just try not to pay attention to them because I'm just trying to make my way through, man. I'm just trying to get somewhere.
I want my relish.
Like I sympathize with your story, but like I'm just trying to get somewhere, alright?
Because I don't want a cheeseburger to eat me. Yeah. Paying attention. Now listen closely. Our president's an alien.
Got a conspiracy theorist over here. I do want to visit New York one of these days, but let's just hope that I don't run into anyone. Let's just hope I don't run into anyone on their bad day. Oh boy, there's a part 2. Here we go. What is he doing?
Ooh. Meow.
You right there, buddy? You doing okay?
Who's really Batman though? Who's really Batman? I'm Batman, man. I'm Batman.
You sure are.
Meow. Ah, I'm Batman. 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 I'm Batman.
Yeah.
Not you, me. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. Which one of y'all the Joker though? Huh? Which one of y'all the Joker? Huh? Which one of y'all the Joker? Huh? Which one of y'all the Joker? Cause I'm Batman. I'm Batman. I'm Batman, man. I'm Batman.
How many times has he said this?
I'm f***ing Batman. Who's gonna stop me? Who's gonna stop me? Where the Joker at? Where the Penguin Man at? Where's Superman at? Huh? Where's Superman at? If I see Superman, I'm gonna give him a handshake. If I get Superman, I'm
You know, I
gonna give
didn't
him a
watch
handshake.
the original Batman versus Superman movie. I should probably.
If I see Superman,
that
I'm gonna give him a handshake. If I see Superman, I'm gonna give him a handshake. You know what? You know what?
Dude, these
That
angles.
handshake, that handshake. Which one of y'all motherfuckers the Joker? Huh? Which one of y'all is the Joker? Because if one of y'all the Joker,
Lenar's attention to detail with like the angles and the way he's sitting.
which one of y'all
I mean,
the Joker?
come on, you gotta give him credit for that one.
Oh, I know which one's the Joker. I know which one's the Joker. It's you. Why the f*** you in Gotham City? Huh? Why you in Gotham City? Huh? Why the f*** you in Gotham City? You know what I do to the Joker if he came to Gotham City right now, man? You know what I do to the Joker if he came to Gotham City right now, man? Here, Batman.
See, this is what I do when these types of people talk to me. I just don't look at them.
Right here. The Joker's right here, Batman.
I just kind of mind my own business, or I look at my phone.
I'm right here, Batman.
Wow.
We gotta get off this train. Why so serious, Batman?
Oh man. That was good. You know, at least it isn't like those subways in Japan. I mean, have you seen the subways in Japan? Those things are crowded. You can't even. You don't have breathing room in there. And I think there's also the complicated subway map as well that you have to try to understand. Maybe I'll visit Japan one day. It is a goal of mine, but I just don't feel... Well, right now it's just... I have too many obligations, don't have enough time to... Don't have enough free time to do anything. Maybe once I get my life in order, then it'll become a reality. But right now, it's nothing more than a dream. Oh, is this the Caleb City video? Oh man, This video is a classic. Yes, this video is a classic. This is one of my favorite Caleb City videos.
Oh. So you're the legendary thief that everybody's tried so hard to catch.
Who's
Who's
asking?
asking?
I wonder what.
Okay, first off, why do y'all do that? Who's asking? What do you expect me to say to that? You're just giving yourself away, and what do I say? What do I say after that? Stupid. Like, at least try to like act like you don't know English or something. Be more creative. Like, sorry, I don't speak with. Like, never mind. I'm getting off topic. To answer your question, I'm the guy.
The guy
That's
that's
gonna
gonna catch you.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
really?
With
With what evidence?
Oh, there's plenty of evidence.
Like,
Like,
what's in the hoodie?
pocket? What?
What?
This bottle?
This bottle?
Why would a simple water bottle incriminate?
Shake it.
You're
You're smarter than you look. That line doesn't work here.
The line doesn't work here. But anyways, I have reason to believe that you tried to steal a key to a safe that held millions upon millions of dollars. However, I swapped that key
I swapped the key
with
with
a
the banana.
before you got to it. Impressive. But I only expected that.
Really?
Yes, really.
Really?
I expected you to swap that out with this banana. So, I managed to steal the key before I stole it and implant it into the banana that you would swap it with. The one that you have is a fake replica key that I made. Funny you should say that. Because I knew you would make a fake key. So I stole the fake key that you made and swapped it with the real one. So that when you inevitably swap the real one with the fake one, you would actually put the real one back in its place. In other words, the one in that banana is the fake one. Very clever, but I thought ahead. I planted bombs around the city that I could detonate at any moment in several locations. If you don't give me the key right now. Now, what will it be? The key or destruction? It's a hard decision. It's a good thing I don't have to pick, because this is the battery to your detonator. I'd be angry if I didn't already put the bombs on a backup timer. I'd be pressed if we didn't already disarm them. I'd be upset if I didn't. You might want to answer that. Hello? Yeah, I'm calling back this number because your dry cleaner is I knew you would disarm the bombs. That's why I placed extra bombs at your dry cleaner. You'll never enjoy unwrinkled clothes again. You'll have to iron them like everyone else. That sucks. Because we relocated those bombs to your dry cleaners. I think you missed one detail. Not likely. You caught, bro. I'm not even here. What?
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 I was never there. You've been FaceTiming me this entire time.
No. What?
This entire time.
I'm actually in my house. Chilling.
You thought you was a step ahead the whole time. Nope. You weren't even talking to me. I've been chilling. I was chill. Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck trying to find me.
Good luck.
Wait, what do I need luck for? I don't need a thing. What do you mean?
I'm in your house.
That's not true.
Open up.
Open up, open up. How did you find me? No, how did you find me? How? Open up, open up.
Any of these like old Caleb City videos, I've watched Caleb City so much that like I can recite lines of the video. I have some of them memorized. I don't have any of the new ones memorized, but like some of the old ones, I can recite them from the back of my head. That's how much I've watched Caleb City. I know it's a bit much, but I don't know, he's just that good. I enjoy watching his videos. Okay. Anyways, we're into our last hour. 3 hours and 12 minutes. Another 48 minutes to go. Hopefully we get a drop by then. Hard to say. It's like 2 streams ago where it was just me and Ruthless Luis at the end. Seems like we're the last ones here. Either because everyone else got tired of it or they already got their drops. But either way, I mean, I'm gonna be here for another 47, so let's just hope that they stay here for that long. And oh yo, it's Pi 314. 214 kills. The waiter server's just lagging. Oh, there we go. $13,012. That burger mimics kind of nice. Some of these enemies though, tough to hit. It's like sometimes the jelly slimes or the burger mimics will climb on top and then they become difficult to hit. $1,600. Full credit on waiter. I have to check this eventually. Maybe I can just check it right now. There's nothing there. Bell count, we're almost at 53. I don't even know if I'm getting the count too laggy. I think you are. I mean, if you're using, you know, if you're using Knight's Nexus or Harbinger, then you should be fine. Do you stream extra hours feels like longer since it's later for me? No, it's only been 3 hours and 17 minutes. I just streamed a lot later. I started a lot later than I would normally, because normally I start at 3 o'clock. Today I started at like 3:40, so I started 40 minutes early, later than usual. That's probably the reason why. I had some extra stuff in the morning, so that's why I had some extra stuff to get done in the morning, so that's why I'm a little bit later to stream today. Only got 2 hits in. Why are you like near the front? Take your time. Don't worry about it. You know, like I'm going for the full 4 hours. Saturday we might go 5 depending on whether or not we get our star cutter and our meteor shot. Yeah, you're like towards the front here, Nick, so I feel like you should be able to get it. I don't know. And I mean, if you're this close, then let's see. Then you got meteor shot and Inferno would be over. Yeah, it would have been over. You know. But unfortunately, you know, it wasn't that easy. It's tough. It's fine though. I mean, like we still have just a few extra steps. It depends on when they release the update tomorrow. Because if they release the update later in the day, like in the evening, then I have time to finish this. Like in the because you know, because I stream at 3 p.m. PST. So if they release it like, I don't know, 5 or 6, then I still have a chance. It's not a big chance, but you know, it's at least a chance. But in terms of what we have to do, we have to get Star Cutter, or yeah, either Star Cutter or Sylphus and then Sasawano, and then we go get Meteor Shot, and then after that we get the new heal skill, Mending Spirit, and then that's it. That's under the assumption that the update doesn't come out yet, because if it does come out, we have to get the other skill as well. So, it's a bit problematic, but we'll figure out a way. But like after this update, it should be more mild, since I don't think they're introducing any more skills. So, I think we'll be fine. 2 skills is brutal, yeah, but it's okay. I mean, I got the Mending Spirit skill on my main in about 20 hours, so it wasn't too long. That was with boost and without boost, but I mean, it still worked. It was still okay. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's all about luck, and if luck is on my side, then maybe we can make it work and, you know, finish this thing. Because imagine, right? Imagine next stream we get Star Cutter, Meteor Shot, and the skill all in one. That would be probably the best way to end it. The chances of that happening, though, slim to none. I mean, look, we have to get a 1 out of 1,000 and then also win the 50-50 on it. You know, because if we get a drop, it'd either be Star Cutter or Sylphus, so we gotta win that 50-50, get Star Cutter. Then we gotta get Meteor Shot, which is a 1 in 250. And then after that, we have to get the, what's it called? The skill, which is a 1 out of 1,000. So, yeah. A lot of difficulty, you know, looking forward, but I'll stick with it. you guys will be here to see it. The whole 5-month journey that I've traveled to get this far. But yeah, but as I said, you know, once this whole challenge is over, we're not going to be doing another Swordburst 2 challenge for a long time. I did this challenge thinking that it would take at least like, you know, 2, 3, 4 months, but I didn't expect it to go this long. So, yeah. Sometimes, you know, you don't plan for any of this stuff, but what can you really do? But yeah, I don't advise anyone, if any of you guys are watching it and thinking about doing this challenge, I would advise against it. Don't put yourself through it. I'm doing this for my own sake and also just for content. I don't recommend anyone try this challenge out, and it's pretty difficult. I'll say that much. It's a lot of dedication. And if you have people to help you out, it makes it all the better. So I started getting, I think 1 through 7 were okay. 8 is when it started getting a bit more tricky. 7 was also a little bit tricky, but it wasn't as bad. 8 is when it started. I'm taking damage from Waiter right now. Hold on. Even with maxed out Conqueror's Wish and 2 small ones, you know, Waiter's alright. Damage is okay. Like, we can tank about 10 or so hits. $320. If we do manage to get Starcutter like right now, and like we have 30 minutes left of the stream, so we're not gonna go to ATM with 30 minutes left. That is, you know, probably one of the worst moves I can make. So if we get Starcutter here, then probably going to maybe go to Unborn, farm some things over there. Maybe try to get a Susawano just in case our Starcutter gets deleted, so just having Susawano there as a safety measure would be good. It's not like we'll get it though. I mean, it's 30 minutes. I mean, at least something to do. We can also try to make one of the tier 2s as well. If anything, we'll probably end up making Apotheosis so we can replace the Carnalix. Because that'll help us with survivability. Also give us better stats as well. I mean, Carnalix stats they're okay. I mean, 8 and 2. But I think Apotheosis is about 40 and 40. I ended up dying. Oops. That's sad. Okay, there we go. Oh 16. Okay, we're about 200,000 away from 54 mil. $31K. I post a video in the next couple days. Nothing spectacular. Probably just one of those videos that I did a couple months back. I do want to post some other stuff. What's the best spot to grind? Are you talking about like Vel? Is that what you're asking, Oblivion? If you're asking about Vel, that's a tough question to answer because Glenn's Lair is, or EXP in general, Atheon. Atheon gives 110,000 EXP every time you kill him. And if you have boost on, it's 330,000. So, very easy EXP at Atheon. If not Atheon, then somewhere on, probably somewhere on floor 12 or 12.5, because Suspended Unborn gives about 40k EXP, so that's a really good place. If Unborn is too difficult, then Hunter gives 35k, I believe, so, or no, 25k, so there's a lot of great spots here on floor 12, and the new 12.5 is also pretty good too, but if you want the best spot, Atheon for sure. How much XP do these guys give? Ramses gives 80,000, so that's not too bad. Waiter gives 35k, and I don't know about the meatball. I haven't farmed the meatball at all. Got another video. What do we got this time? YouTube tutorial would be like, kindly drop a like and subscribe. Hey guys, make sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel for more Swordburst 2 content. Let's go. 35k for Meatball? Okay. Well, you know, yeah, it's pretty average. Alright, I'll push the video right after this radioactive. Give me one moment. Dude, I'm at 0%. Okay. Oops. Should have held on a bit longer. I didn't have my heal up, and I don't have my spirit on this account either. So unfortunate. Alright, let's push this video.
You see that black wire? Black wire, okay. Do not disconnect it.
Oh shit.
Oh, come
And
on,
if you
dude.
disconnect it, do not reconnect it because
God
then
damn
your
it,
truck
fuck.
will blow
Man.
the fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been through that experience before so many times. Not explosives, but like you get what I mean. Oh man. It's like that one sniper video. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. There's a sniper video like where it's like, you know, the guy in the red shirt or something, and then that's my son. And the sniper just shoots him, like, before he finishes his sentence. But I don't know, that was a pretty funny video. Oh, here we go. Alright, we're down to our last half hour here. So if it's gonna drop, we might as well drop now. Not like we can wait any longer. Or can we? Technically we can, but I'd rather not. $11,722, 35k. Okay. It's two different worlds out here. Like, it's pretty peaceful on the challenge account. Then when you look over to the main account, it's very chaotic over there. I won't be on Swordburst all day though. I'll probably be I mean, eventually I'll be hopping off and playing some other games, but that's towards the end of the day. Like usually around like 8 or 9 p.m. PST is when I usually go to play other games. You just have to time. Oh no, what happened? All right, hold on. Let me get this radioactive first. Let me set up my, there we go. I'm gonna be honest with you, I couldn't read the text in time. And I'm sure it was funny. It was as funny as I thought it would be. What other games do you play? So I play, are you talking about like Roblox or just like other games in general? In terms of Roblox right now, I recently found this other game called Terminal, and Terminal is an escape room game. And if you know me well, I enjoy escape room games, especially if they're multiplayer, because I get to play with friends and we get to run around the map, not knowing what to do until we figure it out, and that's just fun. Any games? So you know, most of the time I'm playing Swordburst 2. Just like I'm not playing Swordburst 2 necessarily. I'm just there to farm. But if I'm not playing Swordburst 2, then I usually play. In the morning, I play this Steam game called Omega Strikers. It's basically like a anime air hockey type of game. Think of it like League of Legends and Rocket League if you were to combine it into one thing and put like an anime style on it. I play that pretty much every day. It's one of my favorite games, but I've kind of eased off of it a little bit now since I'm doing other stuff. If not Omega Strikers, then I'm playing Genshin Impact or Wuthering Waves. So those. Let me see. If not that, then I play Smash Brothers. So I have 5 games on my playlist right now. So Roblox, Omega Strikers, Genshin Impact, Wuthering Waves, and Smash Brothers. Those are my top 5 that I'm playing right now. There are some other ones that I'm playing, but I don't put as much time into them. Training Punisher Tribute Spear plus 30 million for Demon Slayer. Wow. But I'm gonna start picking up Omega Strikers again because they're resetting the rank soon, and essentially they're gonna like soft reset everyone's rank, so I have to get back to my old rank because I made it all the way up to platinum, and then I stopped because I hit a skill ceiling. Right, let me actually read the thing this time. What's up, Venix? Welcome to the stream. Alright, let me read this time. You get a chance to read it. Wait, now the thing is blocking it. I can't see. Oh, okay. I get it now. Yeah. Dang. That's tough, man. There are games like that, yeah. It's actually Entry Point is kind of like that. For context, Entry Point is my favorite Roblox game of all time. But I stopped playing it because there's nothing else for me to do. I've also capped out my skill ceiling in Entry Point. Update tomorrow. Yeah, I mean I'm excited. I'm excited for that one ability that you showcased, Phoenix. The one that you showcased in the I think in the leaks. That one mobility skill. That's what I'm excited about. But like, what I'm more curious about is like, what the drop chance of that's gonna be. Because I mean, as much as I would like to get it, I'm probably not gonna get it if it's a high drop chance. It's always about the drop chance. What did it say? I couldn't read it because it looked like pixel. I think it was like, okay, I didn't get to read the full thing, but I think it was like a boss, and then you defeat the boss, but like you find out he's the good guy. At least that's what I read. I might have misinterpreted that, but yeah, I went a little overboard. You'll see, a little overboard on the drop rate or on the skill. Or both. I don't know. I'm kind of scared, Phoenix. The other thing too is that like Yato mentioned that this skill is going to be what is it? Right here, event or special event mob on how to obtain it. That's also pretty curious. On certain aspects of the update? Okay. Well, okay. I mean, if you put it that way, then... You know... I guess, you know, once it drops, then... I'll see what I'll see what I'm gonna get myself into. I have to go? Alright, RJ, thanks for tuning in. Catch you later. Have a great rest of your day. I just need 78 mil, more for 250. I had fun. Nice. That's good, you know, it's always good to have fun when you're developing. You know, like, sometimes, you know, you get to a point, well, okay, I can't speak on this because I'm not a developer, but I think sometimes you hit a point where you kind of just, like, you're developing something that you're not exactly fond of, and then it becomes very tedious and boring. But if you have fun developing, or at least can find some fun in it, then that's good. Also rework the upgrading system. It should work eventually now without issues. It had functionality wise and visual wise. Okay, that's good. Yeah, like the upgrade system has always like bugged out in some ways. I remember there was this one time where like the was it the multi dismantle where like you could put an infinite amount of items into the the upgrader and just get an infinite amount of crystals, which was pretty funny. Cause like I did that on stream, by the way. I wanted to test if it was possible on stream. Yeah, I did it on stream. I didn't keep the crystals out, so I deleted all the crystals that I got from the multi dismantle glitch. But man, that was a wild bug. I can't wait to get into the big updates I've planned. That'll change the game. Let's see. One of the biggest things I'm gonna be working on soon is quests. Okay. Yeah, like I think you mentioned quests in a couple of streams back. That's what I'm curious about. Like, you know, what kind of quests are there gonna be, and what kind of rewards are they gonna give? That's probably the question that I'm going to ask. It's all about the rewards nowadays, you know. But you know what I'm waiting for though? Like one of the biggest things that I've been waiting for a while, gifted puzzles. I'm still waiting on gifted puzzles. It won't be Swordburst 3, kill 10 enemies over and over. Yeah, I mean, okay, as long as it's not like some repeatable quest that gets boring, I'm fine. Like, I'm fine with any quest as long as it's not like Swordburst 3. Like, no hate to Swordburst 3, but like, dude, come on. I can't play Swordburst 3 with a quest line like that. Please leave the market the same for 91 more week. I think they're gonna leave the merchant shop as it is, but add more stuff to it. At least I think that's what it is. I don't know. You can confirm that for me. I assume that you guys are keeping the current merchant shop as it is, but just adding more stuff to it. Then at the end of next week, you'll just take everything out. Puzzles, I'm gonna move into our new section. I can't say much, but we cooked some really cool concepts. Okay. I'm liking what I'm hearing here. So, you know, you're getting me pretty hyped, Phoenix. Dude, the lag. How many people are here? So many people. See, I think the items are changing. I don't know for sure though. There'll absolutely be new additions though. Yeah. like I don't know. I got what I needed out of it. Like all I wanted from this was just the tribute, so Knight's Nexus and the Divine Guardian's Harbinger. That's all I needed. Like I would like to get the other ones, but I mean if you guys change it up, then that's fine too. I'm not worried about it. I mean, I didn't really expect to get all the items from the anime update just because of like the prices. I mean, the 250 Vel was like 250 million Vel was already pretty outrageous. So, you know, I haven't gotten any of the tributes from the shop yet. I'm pretty sure you can. I mean, you can pretty much get anything you want. Get you, Phoenix? I mean, you know, you're pretty much like one of the top dogs on the development team, so you got that power, right? I don't know, maybe I'm just having some misconceptions here. Haven't made a toaster yet. I mean, what other kind of items could you add to this map? Like, there's so many knives that are like floating around. So many different types of knives. What other kitchen utensil could you use as a weapon? I don't know, a toothpick? Imagine that. If I do, it'll shoot toast. Yo, you know, if you actually do make that happen, that'll be nuts. Candlestick. Set the mood. Shop items are staying for one more week. Okay, that's good. See, like, they are staying for another week, but the problem is, am I gonna get enough Vel to be able to get those items? Because, like, so far, I don't know about you guys, but every time I go into a turn, or not turn card, Glenn's Lair, the AFK spot always changes. There's no like consistent AFK spot on Glenn's Lair that I've seen. Other than like the dining room. Some people like will farm in the dining room. That's the most that I've seen, but like they jump everywhere. They go to waiter, to the rat area, to the dining room. It goes everywhere. We have to buy a boost. You say that like it's easy, Nick. I ran out of my funds to buy boost a long time ago. All my 24-hour boost is gone. I would if I could, but I don't know. I mean, look, like, I wouldn't get boosts, at least for me right now, just because, like, the farming spot is not consistent. I don't want to waste my boost on like, a spot that's not as efficient. Let's see, so if you want any of the current spend your Vel wisely, as they will be here for the next week, also with new drops. Okay. Spend it wisely. You know, I'm not one to really comply with that advice. I usually AFK at the rat spot. Yeah, I saw you there yesterday. It was okay. I don't think it's the most efficient, but I mean it's better than nothing. Am I blocking? Actually, hold on. Oh, I might have a chance here actually. Hold on. I might have a chance of soloing radioactive. Hold. Wait, no. Summon tree. Gonna be close. It's not, but sometimes they don't really come. Yeah, that's true. Oh no, my heal. Let me get my heal. Okay, there we go. Hold, wait. Hold it. Wait. I think that's a W. Hold on. Yo, we soloed. Let's go. We soloed radio for the first time on this account. Let's go. What an achievement. To be able to solo a mini boss in this game. Yeah, that's right. I think Yato made an announcement that like the next merchant shop will feature Swordburst online weapons. Is Ancient Rapier coming back? I didn't play too much of the original SBO, but like I know Ancient Rapier was like one of the rare items in there. And Ancient Rapier's design is pretty cool. I don't know, I don't know if you guys have seen it yet, but like yeah, like this design right here. Pretty cool. There's a purple crystal. Let's see, what is that for? That's a good question. I don't know. I guess we'll find out, you know, when we... I mean, we'll find out when the update drops, right? I would switch to another server right now, but there's only 5 minutes left of the stream. I don't think it's necessary for me to do that. That was for SP3. I think that was. No, that was Swordburst. Wait, is it? Yeah, that was Swordburst. Oh, that was a bad decision on me. Hold on. I got nearly all of my stamina back from that summon tree. I might be able to hold on enough. Might be a W. Yeah, it's a W. Imagine me getting Star Cutter from a solo. What happened to my Swordburst? Okay. The screen went dark all of a sudden. Very confused. It is very laggy. I'm just gonna throw down a meteor shot just to get my credit. Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna do maybe like 1 or 2 more of the radioactive and then we'll call it a stream. No drops today. No Kitchen Cavalry, no Star Cutter. No Sylphus. But you know what we did get? We got content today. We got BGM and Lone, and also you, Nick, putting in videos. So it's not a complete loss of a stream. I'll take watching videos. But I mean, videos is not gonna help me complete the challenge, but at least helps to relieve a little bit of the boredom. I have to rejoin to stop the lag because that's what I have to do. Yeah, I usually do that as well. Okay, you know what? Just one more radioactive and we're done. That's it. Because by the time we beat the radioactive, it's probably going to be too late. So, yeah. We cannot use curse because curse will end up just destroying us. So we'll just use summon tree and then heal when we get to around 30%. There we go, heal, and then we're gonna block. Actually, no, this is fine, I need to put down another summon tree so that I get more. And then that will let me... Yeah, that'll let me get some block. And then after that, we go ahead and heal. And then we stop blocking to gain back our stamina. And then we use that stamina to block. And then we turn it off and we put down another summon tree to get more stamina. Summon tree loop just goes crazy. Alright, well, no drops today, so that's it. Well, if you guys enjoyed the stream, make sure to like, comment, subscribe. What's my line? If you guys enjoyed the SP2 RD series and you want to see more of the series, make sure to let me know in the comment section. Live chat, Discord server. Special thanks to Justin and Nick for joining in to help me with the radioactive, as well as BGM, Lone, and Nick for requesting videos to, you know, have some fun on stream. And then everyone else for tuning in as well, and also VNix for hopping in and providing some information about updates and such. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Hope you guys enjoyed. We'll be back tomorrow, actually, around the same time, maybe a little earlier. So yeah. All right, well, you guys have a good one. I'll catch you all tomorrow.